Hello and welcome. How is everybody today? I am doing well. I'm kind of in a weird dark corner of my room here, but that is all right. So let me know what you are going to be up to, what you are going to be doing today. Let me know how the time change is affecting you or not affecting you. And I'll start by letting you know what I am up to today. So I am going to be sort of moving through a couple of different reads today. And I guess I'll talk about them in the order that I'll be working on them. I will be reading my chapter in The Mysteries of Paris, which is a buddy read that I'm doing with Stormy at Storm Reads. And we are super close to being done. We have about this much of the book left. And some of that is no, none of that is notes. I don't think there's actually notes at the end of this book. Yeah, no, it's not. So, but we're probably like what 100 some odd pages from the end of this book. More than that, but we're getting close. So that's feeling good. I'm also working on right now downloading on my phone the Everand app because on audiobook, while I'm doing stuff around the house, I will be listening to The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay. This is a reread for me. I am really excited to get back to this book. I want to say I read it in high school. That sounds about right. And really enjoyed this book. And I'm going to the opera of this in 2 weeks. So I really want to refamiliarize myself with the story. So I do have the physical edition because I really enjoyed this book and I'm anticipating doing so again. So it probably is a book that I'll want to read and reread over the course of time, but we're also going to be discussing it with friends. So I'm going to be trying to bookmark in my audiobook things that I would like to talk to them about, and then I'll take the time to go back and tab it in the physical book because I think it'll be easier to talk about that way. And then my main read for today, because I think that's it, is going to be Drood. I will be reading Drood. I have finally picked this up. I finished Our Mutual Friend over the weekend. So all of the spoilers in this, I started reading them simultaneously. Some of the spoilers in Our Mutual Friend were definitely spoiled, but there were still a few things that surprisingly he didn't mention in this book happen in that one. So anyway, I'm making progress on this, so I hope to be done with this book in a couple of days. So yeah, so that is my plan with that. I have already planned my day today, which I'm super happy and excited about. And I'm trying a different method of productivity today. Usually, like, I organize things either in like level of difficulty or where I need to do them. Today, I'm trying to think of it in terms of categories of the types of things I'd like to accomplish today. So I'd like to get some reading done today. There's some self-care things that I feel like I always should be working on. There's cleaning around the house that I need to do today. And then there's tasks, which are like the things I have to get done today, and then the things that I should do today. So I have, what is that? Really just 4 categories that I've divided all my tasks into. And so I'm going to attack them 4 at a time. That is my plan. So in this first sprint that we have, I am going to give myself 1 reading task, 1 self-care task, 1 cleaning task, and 1 just general task that I have to get done today. And I'll probably then attack those in that hour in that priority, but I'll keep working on that list of 4 until they are done. So just in case you want to know, like, what else I'm doing other than reading while we hang out, that will be it. So let me go and see what you guys are doing. If you saw the thumbnail for this video, you know that I'm also celebrating having been on BookTube for a year. So that's been super exciting, and is thanks to everybody who watches my channel, which still amazes me. I think I mentioned a long time ago that my 1-year goal was to have 500 subscribers. Like, that was like mind-blowing to me that would happen. I am way past that. I don't know how. And yeah, so thank you for everybody who watches my channel, for everybody who joins me in the streams. I just love it. And today I will be I'm not asking. You can ask me any question and maybe I'll answer it. So my husband always laughs at how private I am on about some of the things on YouTube. I will try and give some sort of answer. It may just not be a full disclosure answer of everything. And really, it's just when it starts to touch on my personal life. If it's about books, my reading taste, and like how I got to this point, I don't see why I won't share that with you. So feel free to ask questions at any point during this. And yeah, let's just get going to the comments because I feel like I've blabbed for a bit. Hello, Tokyo Chemist. How are you? Joining for an hour before bed. Wonderful. Well, hopefully we'll get you some reading time in. I hope you had a great day so far. And hello, Donna. How are you? Thank you. Yes, very exciting. I hope you are doing well. Say hello to Basement Daddy for me. And good morning, Sophia. You're on early. You're hoping to finish something wicked this way comes. Ooh, okay, yeah. Shouldn't take long if you're already halfway through. That sounds good. I'm assuming that means you're enjoying it. And hello, Heather, how are you? Yes, excited thinking with the time change. Yes, the live would start earlier. Oh no. Oh no. It starts later for you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't think my brain would have worked out which way that was going to go either. Yeah, it gets super sad. I'm sorry. And Allison, good morning. Got your coffee and continuing Da Vinci Code. Ooh, yeah. Okay, very good. Hope you enjoy it. Good morning, Sue. You're reading Thanksgiving, the second book in the Esme trilogy. Well, I haven't heard of either of those, but I always love your themed books, Sue. And Allison, oh, yes, okay. Repeated your comment. It just happens sometimes for whatever reasons. Good morning, Anne. Getting ready to go to church. Ooh, you have a special event. Oh, you have a lot of people experiencing anxiety. Oh, okay. I got you. Oh, that is really kind of you, Anne, to go and like give some good donated time there for that. Well, I hope that goes well. Take care of yourself as well. And yeah, that's really sweet thing to do today. Hello, Mango Chutney. Love your name. First time joining. Well, welcome, welcome. Currently reading Zenor in Darkness. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. And Beyond nonfiction about the space race. Ooh, that sounds cool. Well, welcome. And let me know if there's something you'd like me to call you other than Mango Chutney, but I do like that name. But yeah, and welcome again. Allison. Oh, Allison, I don't know why your thing's repeating. That's so strange. And thank you, Sue. Yes. Oh, thank you, Mango Chutney. I'm so glad you could join today. Sounds like you've been watching the channel, so that is awesome. And thank you, Heather. Yes, for such an amazing content. Oh, thank you. Together. It is now, Heather. It is a word. Yes, and community bringer togetherer. Yes, togetherer will now be a word. And thank you, Sophia. Yes. Oh, I'm so grateful for you guys as well. Like seriously, my channel would probably not still exist at this point if no one was watching. Oh, totally relate to being very private on the internet. Yeah, I know, because we're all great, but there's weird people out there who aren't. And good morning, Denise. Ooh, just got up. I need to get your coffee started. Yes. Page 50 of Chaos. Ooh, I have heard of this book. Yes. How is that going? I don't know if I'd want to read it or not because it sounds interesting, but then I get creeped out so easily. And hello, Diana. Oh, you're not late. Don't worry about it. Good morning to you as well. I hope you are doing awesome. And good morning to anybody else who's joining us, but doesn't like to comment or just hasn't commented. Sometimes I watch people's streams, even people that like I'm YouTube friends with, and I don't comment because I'm like running around the house like a crazy person. So I totally understand. So we are on StreamYard today, as you can see from the duck. And hopefully that means that the comments will come in closer to real time for me so that I will be able to see those. And hello, Christy Sunshine. Oh, thank you so much. And welcome. You're reading The Lion Woman of Tehran. I really enjoyed that book. Isn't it good? Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it too. There's like so many levels of things. And I don't know how far you into the book you are, but like I'm definitely interested to hear your thoughts about how it starts to resolve. And Christina, good morning. Reading, oh, The Soul of an Octopus. I remember when all those octopus books came out, like really playing on our octopus loving selves here. But yeah, how is that one? Which one is that one? Like, I know there was like The Mountain Under the Sea or something like that. And then there was, what was it? Bright and Something Creatures. And then The Soul of an Octopus. Isn't that the one that's nonfiction? Is that correct? And good morning, Angela. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm so happy for all of us. And you're enjoying spending Mondays and sometimes Saturdays with you. Yes, I love spending Mondays and the occasional Saturday with you guys as well. So super happy about that. Oh, I can call you Nikki. Awesome. Okay, yeah. Very good. You don't know why you chose Bingo Chutney as a name? That's so funny. I love it. So, and I love mango chutney. So, hey, sounds good. But I can call you Nikki as well. Reading for nonfiction November. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, nice. Hello, Olivia. How are you this morning? I hope you are well as well. And I am just going to mark something real quickly before I forget. The Soul of an Octopus is so good. Oh, and she also wrote Time and Turtles. Ooh, these sound like good reads. I like books that are about animals, but then sometimes it just makes me feel like so guilty and sad. Hey, good morning, Julie. How are you today? I hope you are doing well as well. All right, that is the last comment that I can see for now. So let us go ahead and jump into our first sprint and get going with that and just see how things develop today. I am not going to be sitting in this semi-blank background all day today. I'm just going to be here for now. And then probably in a little bit when I start clearing my hallway of doom, we will move into hubby's den because it'll be closer to that and I won't have to run back and forth. But we'll talk about that probably in the next sprint. Anyway, I have a nice fall scene set up for us. I've got our first 45 minutes on the clock, and let's go ahead and get reading or being productive or whatever it is you are doing today. And I'll see you when I get back. I've got birds pounding in my fireplace chimney. Urgh. They're not in the chimney. They're just at the top of it, probably trying to build a nest. Anyway, Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? That sprint went fast, but mine went well. I did spend pretty much all of that time listening to, there's my dog, listening to the amazing adventures of Cavalier and Clay on my phone. And while I did that, I just cleaned up some breakfast stuff and a few other quick things around the house. And then I did make one quick phone call. So that was good. That was everything I kind of wanted to get done during that time. Um, I added a few other things to my list of like task stuff that I wanted to do. And I'm kind of excited. I feel like this focusing on 4 areas, one thing at a time, is going to kind of help me today actually get through stuff and not feel overwhelmed by doing it and mix in like things for myself in the midst of it. Because I did also do some of my leg exercises, which I realized that instead of doing individual like physical therapy exercises, I'm just going to go back to regularly doing yoga. Because I don't know about you guys, but has anybody else realized that nowadays, if you go to physical therapy, all they're really recommending are things that if you just did one yoga session would be like all of those movements would be included in there in one way more relaxing feeling situation than like doing individual stretches. Anyway, I've realized that over the years that I just need to regularly do yoga and then maybe I'll never need to go to physical therapy. I don't know. We'll see how that is. Anyway, like I mentioned, I have much sooner than I thought moved to my husband's den. Thus, you see his base on the wall. And I have a couple of things I need to do in here. For instance, let me see if I can turn you because I'm on a thick carpet. I need to rehang these curtains. I hung them last week and they're like this far off the ground. And I realized I have little like curtain loop rings that will make them hang just a little bit longer so they don't look so stupid. So I need to take down just this panel on each side and rehang it. And then on the far side of the room, I never finished switching out the curtains. Let me see if I can get you a picture of that because, you want to know everything I'm doing around my house. So you can see the curtains over there are red and I'm switching them to these cream colored ones. So I will be doing that so far in the amazing adventures of Cavalier and Clay. How is that going? I feel lost. There are a lot of people being mentioned. There's this Gollum thing, which I recall being mentioned before and being like, what does this have to do with anything? So I almost feel like by the time I'm done with this introduction, I'm going to need to look up a summary of this and make sure that I have all the people clear and that I understand what's going on with this one object that's being moved around that I feel like symbolizes something and I don't know what yet. So yeah, let's go and see how you guys did. And yeah, and before I do that, I will start with one question that I get asked all the time. And you guys can ask me in the comments if you want any other questions that you have about me. But one of the questions I frequently get asked have to do with my like educational background. People are always, curious about this, and I understand because I've had questions about that for other people. But people want to know where I went to college. So I will start by sharing that, and then I will go into my entire college background, what I majored in, the types of classes I took, and why, and all of those things. So to start with, I went to college at Cornell University, which is in upstate New York here, and that was my number one choice. I applied early decision. I really wanted to go there. I hadn't necessarily been thinking about it, but I have a very distinct memory of going to Ithaca, which is where Cornell is located at, and visiting Cornell with my father, who also went to Cornell. And he was going, I don't think it was reunion, but he was just going back there because we were in the area and he hadn't been back there in a while. And so he went there with us. And I just remember standing on this one wall by a library, talking to my father and being like, yeah, I want to go to school here. This looks awesome. And it does. It's a beautiful area if you've ever been up there. So my father did go to Cornell. My mother actually went to Ithaca College. They met in Ithaca. So We have a lot of history there. I met my husband at Cornell. He also attended there. So we just kind of have like a whole family thing going on there. But anyway, so that is my initial question. So if you were ever wondering where I went to college, that's where I went. And I loved it. I have no regrets. Anyway, while we were sprinting, you guys were chatting a little bit, and Anne was saying Cy Montgomery books are great. And so I just wanted to point that out. A whole bunch of people were saying hi to each other, and Mary ended up joining us. Good morning, Mary. You are starting The Gray's Truth. I've not heard of that one, but I hope you enjoy it. And Alicia also joined. Hello, Alicia. Yes, okay. You're getting going with your Monday stuff. Alicia and I were talking about this yesterday, and her sprints, how she's like, I love your sprints. I get so much done. And I'm like, I love your sprints, Alicia, because I like just relax and do nothing. And Alicia dropped off the kiddos. Oh, one's not feeling well. Oh, poor kiddo. I hope he feels better, or she. And you'll be filming some videos for November, yes, and finishing up Make Me. Nice. Hello, Dee Dee. How are you? Are you still sprinting, Dee Dee? Were you sprinting this morning? Amazingly, I wasn't actually on YouTube much this morning, so I wasn't like being like, people are doing stuff. So, but anyway, hello. Hello, Alex. How are you? Oh, your dad called right as the stream started. Going back now to watch what you missed. Oh, thank you so much for the congrats. And hello, LA. How are you? I hope you're well this week. And Everand, how do we feel about, oh, yes, the new subscription model where it's like premium versus non-premium books and locked versus not locked books? Yeah, I thought that was interesting because I had heard people talk about how like they couldn't get books before, or they seemed to be locked out of books, or they were in Everand jail, and I never knew what that meant. I feel like Everand just made it more obvious now, even though I had never experienced that. I don't like it personally. I'm just doing a free trial, literally just for the Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay. And then I'm canceling my free trial before they charge me, because I was like, what I liked about Everand when I had it for basically a year was that I could, if the book was on there, I could listen to it. I don't want to pay extra just because you think everybody wants a particular book or something. That's like what I'm paying for, is to just be able to stream it all. Otherwise, like, just let me buy the audiobook. So I have a lot of issues with paid digital things in general because they never truly give it to you, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it's a boo for me. So anyway, and it sounds like it is for you too, Alex. Good morning, Christina. How are you? Yes, remember to hydrate. I have my water over here. Ooh, happy November. Very nice. Oh, yes, and thanks for the love, the like button. Good morning, Alicia. How are you doing this week? Hello, Adrian. Thank you for stopping by, saying congrats. I hope you're doing well. I know you're often here, but just, like me, not always commenting. And Sue, 17 pages, made coffee and oatmeal for breakfast. Ooh, what you're eating now. Very good. I've been having oatmeal for breakfast a lot recently, except I ran out of like the bowls that I like to have it in. They're in the dishwasher and I didn't want to wash one. So I said, guess I'm having a bagel today. Good morning, Jamie, popping in before work. Oh, thank you for the congrats. Hello, Brittany, how are you? Reading Wild at Heart. Ooh, that sounds good. Who's that by, Brittany? That sounds really familiar. Is that one that has a female standing on the front and she's like in the wilderness somewhere and maybe there's a helicopter in the picture? Maybe there's not a helicopter in the picture. Tokyo Chemist tried a few pages of a few books. Oh, landed on Planet of the Apes. Ooh, that's an interesting choice. Yeah. Oh, well, let me know how you like it. And Denise made some coffee, read 12 pages. Nice. Alicia folded laundry, checked on the little one. Oh, good. She's getting some sleep. Good. And made your errands list. Very nice. And good mornings are going around from Christina. And Nikki read about half a chapter. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, you're a pretty slow reader. I don't know. I think half a chapter is good, depending on how long the chapter is. Getting slower as you get older. Oh, I'm sorry, especially if that feels like frustrating to you. But you know what? It's not a race. Hopefully you're enjoying and taking more in, you know. And Sophia got to 80% in your book. Oh, you only have an hour left. Nice. I'm just trying to listen to an hour of my audiobook today. That is my goal. I will probably listen to significantly more because next I'm decluttering the hallway. And you've probably already seen me declutter the hallway, but what has happened is in cleaning out my son's room and in a couple of other rooms, we've found like all his old toys that we're keeping. I don't know. Basically, we found all his toys and stuff that belonged to him that were in the attic. And just to take them out of the rooms they were in, because they're going to go in the garage if we keep them, we've been like just putting them in the hallway, which I'm now regretting doing and wish I had decided to do something else with. But anyway, it now means that I now need to declutter my hallway. And today, what I'm hoping to do is to consolidate them all so I actually know how much I have so that I can finally buy the storage bins and storage shelving to store them if we decide we absolutely have to keep these things. Which, after I'm done, I may be like, these are actually in donation boxes. But anyway, I too, Sophia, am hoping to get through an hour. Livia finished the manga Home Office Romance. That sounds cute. And now think you're going to start a graphic novel called Witchcraft, a Graphic History. Oh, that sounds informative. And Diana, 9 years ago, bought The Diary of Frida Cole. Oh, and this is, you stick with it and read it cover to cover. This time, you're hoping that's what you do. Yeah, I know that feeling of, at least that's the plan. Hey, Stacy and Steph, how are you guys doing? Thank you so much for the congratulations. I hope you're doing well. I feel like I haven't made it onto one of your sprints in so long. Like, I know they've been sort of like pop up and move around and not like regular or whatever, but I've seen them here and there, but I feel like not for a while. Have you not had sprints for a while? But I love coming on your sprints, but I'm glad you stopped and I hope you are well. Christina says hello. And it's Frida Cole. Is that not what you wrote? Oh, you wrote Frido. See, it's okay. It's in such small print on my screen that I just made it the A I knew it should be. And Dee Dee, no, finished at 2 p.m. your time. Oh, okay, about an hour ago. You're just finishing off some admin, looking for an audiobook. Nice, nice, nice. And oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, what are you in for? You already had issues. Oh no. Oh yeah. Does anybody know when that change happened? I mean, I haven't been on Everend in forever, so I had no idea. I just knew when my subscription last ended, they were starting to make changes. Yeah, they would make you wait. So at the end of the month, they would say a title is not available until 11/6. See, when I had it, it wasn't even doing that. But I heard other people talking about that. So I don't know why mine was not doing that. Now that's there's that plus the premium titles. Okay. Now they're just not giving you access to books. Like I totally get your sentiment. You're setting up your ninth graders' work for the day and finishing that last story in Night of the Living Res. Oh, I didn't realize that was interconnected stories. Or maybe I did but forgot. But that's interesting. Yeah, Christina's gonna go and check. You were going to cancel it anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah. On there before they cut you off. When you're lucky it's like 3. Yeah, sounds like maybe it's not so worth it for you. Okay, that is the book. Okay, the second book in the Simple Wild series. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, wait, is that the one? Is there a helicopter in the picture, Brittany? I don't know why that's like something sticking out to me, but let me know. And good morning, Jackie. You're reading Icebound. Ooh, that one's been going around. How is it? And Anne was saying you have definitely gotten out of the routine of going to work. Oh, Well, that's a good thing, right? And like, you retire, you don't want to forever stay in that routine, but yeah, hopefully you could do it. It'll just take a little longer than normal. And yes, hellos to Brittany from Libya. You're having a pet funeral. Oh, I'm sorry, Christina. I hope it goes well. Make sure I still have to rebuild my shrine to my dog, but that really helped when we had her little funeral. As I made a little shrine, and my husband was like, "Are you gonna light a candle in front of that?" I was like, "Maybe. I can if I want to." But I was like, "No, for now, I'm just making her a little shrine." It's very therapeutic and satisfying. And you have definitely, oh yeah, I read that. Sorry, Anne. Rereading comments. And hello, Donna. Oh, welcome. So glad you're joining us today. What are you going to be up to today? Are you reading? Are you working? Are you getting stuff done around the house or wherever? Let us know what you're up to. And thanks for coming and dropping in. And yes, hello back to Livia. And Heather says hi to Christina. I know, sad for the pet funeral. So sad to hear that. Never a good way to start the month. And oh, okay, they just started this. Okay, with the premium thing, because they had been doing, because I think when I left, they started the like waiting thing. And now they just started the premium thing. Ooh, I can hear the like bookish boos going around. Yes, and that date was the date they were going to charge for the next month. Okay, yeah, it's time to let it go, right? You might not have been reading the popular new books. Yeah, I wondered if that was what was happening because a lot of times I was using it for books that my library didn't have, but they were typically still like backlisted books that had come out like 3-4 years ago. So you tend to use it for older books, but if you read newer books, they'll wait until date always pops up. Oh, interesting. Yeah, see, and now that I think about it, part of the reason I ended up canceling Everand was because I was finding that half the time my library did actually have the books if I was just willing to put it on hold and wait a little bit. And so I was finally like, you know what? If I just reorder the timing or which books I'm picking for audio, I won't need to buy them at all, if you will. Oh, it hasn't changed in Canada. I know you guys get all the lucky things, Brittany. Let's just be honest. It's coming. Rolling it out slowly. Oh no, a little earthquake. It has been a while. Yeah, I haven't heard anybody on that side of the world mention an earthquake in a while. Well, hopefully, just a little one, and that's it. Be safe. And Night of the Living Res says stories, and you hear it talked about as short stories. Oh, okay. But it reads like a non-linear novel. Oh, that's interesting. So do you feel like they're all interconnected short stories? Or do you literally just feel like it's one person telling lots of different stories from their lives, just not in the same order? Huh, interesting. And the weight was based on how popular or new the books were. Yeah, I did figure that out. Oh, and only the audiobooks. Interesting. Icebound's going very quickly, and how people can be so honest even when they make bad choices. Yeah, that is always impressive. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And it's your son's bird. Oh, it was just starting. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, well, my heart goes out to your family and especially your son, Christina, and I hope it goes well. And Heather, oh, you didn't feel anything. Yeah, it has been a second since there's been a quake, so hopefully that's it. And yes, sorry. Yeah. Sorries for Christina about Ripple. That is. And back to Everand. If you've read two or more of the same author, you may get one king. But okay, see, like, How are they filtering for this? Because this seems like a lot of trouble for them to go through. Like by the time you've done all of this, like just do like Audible and just be like, here's your credits. Like get the book or don't. Now that's what you're talking about, Everett. You could really use your money to buy physical books instead. Yeah, yeah. Especially since audiobooks aren't my favorite. So that's what kind of did them in for me was I was just like, moving on. And you had to add your son's bird to the ofrenda this year. Oh, you never got to petting level with ours. Oh, okay. It's the one first person pew. Oh, yeah. So then how is that? Okay. Yeah, that sounds like just a non-linear story to me. And you're reading Yellow Wife and Making Soup. I haven't heard of Yellow Wife. What's that about, Donna? Has anybody seen Ricardo around after the major flood in Spain? Last you heard it was near his home. I did not hear that. I feel like I saw Ricardo just 2 days ago, but now that you say that, I feel like the last time I saw him commenting, he was talking about how there was torrential downpours. So hopefully he's okay and everything is well. A good way to reach out to him, Denise, is if you leave a comment on his last video, or he may even have like social media or some sort of contact up on his page. But typically, if I leave a comment on his videos, he's pretty quick to get back, like to respond to comments. But yeah, I will be reaching out as well. Hopefully, he's okay. And so is his family. And Capricia, how's it going? Just finished doctors. Office went good. Glad to hear. Hello. You'll be reading middle grade and graphic novel and maybe Magic Treehouse. Oh my gosh, I love the Magic Treehouse. Does anybody remember when Wendy's was giving out audiobooks for the win with kids' meals and that there were the Magic Treehouse? Like it hit the height of like awesomeness for kids' toys at one point at the at Wendy's. Especially because at that point, my son was old enough, like just old enough, where in his car seat, he could listen to an audiobook and understand and follow the story. That was the best gift. Like those books kept on giving. And you didn't even think of that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we'll have to check in. And you do feel like you're getting your $8.99 worth on Everand. Audible is too expensive. I don't even want to know how much Audible is now. And waiting on book delivery to arrive. Ooh, fun. Let us know what you end up getting. $8.99. Oh, you're paying more for it? Ooh, they're charging different people different prices places. Ooh, child. And now that you think about that, I don't think that was the price they were offering me. But you know what, Christina? That might be the new pricing. So if you renewed, they may have changed the pricing choices for you. You left a comment on his last video about 4 days ago and he's not responded. Okay, so we'll all have to keep an eye out. Thanks for letting us know, Denise. And you agree with Alex, yep. But with Audible, you get a credit and books you buy, you keep. And sometimes they have the 2-for-1 credit sale. Yeah, it just depends on how you use it. Yeah. But never changed. Oh. Diana, you have Audible that works for you. You've had it for years. And the books that you use the credit on, you keep, and they may and there are many that have cost nothing, especially older books. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And you think you saw $8.99 for basic, $11.99 for 1 unlock per month, and $16.99 for 3 unlocks per month. Yeah, I know. I was like, isn't that like a credit? 15 a month, but the credit can be used for books that are more than 15. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, well, we are way past the 15 minutes I had for our chat, but that is totally fine. I'm going to go ahead and put us back into our next sprint. I do need to reset our timer here because our next sprint will be a full hour. I am going to start working on the Hallway of Doom. That's basically what it is at this point. So let's get that going and get into the swing of things. And yeah, there we go. We have an hour. Feel free to keep chatting away, work, read, do whatever you got to do. And I will see you when this hour is over. Bye. Hello and welcome back. Oh gosh, yeah. So how'd that sprint go for everybody? Mine went really well. Um, I listened to my audiobook of The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay pretty much the entire sprint until it suddenly decided to stop like actually sharing the audiobook with me. It disconnected from my internet for some reason. I have cleared out most of my front hallway, if you were watching that, with the exception of the 3 boxes of stuff that need to go into storage. And the reason those are still there is because they actually need to move in here, which is my laundry room. But I had a whole bunch of um, yard and like tool type of stuff that was in a box here that I needed to quickly empty out and decide where those things were going so that I could move the waiting to be stored boxes here. But it's all consolidated. I only have 3 boxes worth of like toys we in theory want to keep for forever. You know how it is if you have kids. Um, and so, yeah, so those are now just about ready to go in here. I'm probably going to sweep and mop the floor and let that dry real quickly before I do that. But on this next sprint, I'm going to move on to something else temporarily and do my other couple of tasks because I think there must be some dust in here because ever since I've been in the laundry room, all of a sudden I'm feeling a little fuzzy in the head. Either that or I'm getting overheated, did too much, need a snack, who knows what. But I'm going to take a little break on the next sprint. So that's what I did during my sprint. The Amazing Adventures is going pretty well. Definitely in the exposition, sort of setting up like what's going to be happening. They're trying to get their job. If you don't know what the book is about, it's about a young man named Sam and his cousin Joseph who comes over from Prague, I think basically at the beginning of World War II, if I'm correct. They are a Jewish family and they are trying to get themselves set in Brooklyn and they're trying to find their way into the comic book industry, which is just starting and just really becoming a thing closer to how we know it today. So that's where they're at in their book. Let me go and see how you guys are doing. When we left off, we were talking about Audible, and Heather said that she's not much of a rereader, so Audible isn't really favorable for you. Oh, okay. You do buy physical books if you loved them, though. Okay, that makes sense. And Christina says that on Audible, sorry, the comment wasn't coming up, that big chunky books can be like $30 on Audible. Really? Like by that point, just buy it. And you keep unlocks. This is for Everand as long as your subscription is, or no, this is for Audible as long as your subscription is active. Oh, no, that is for Everand. Okay, so Everand, your unlocks stay unlocked, unlike Amazon. Oh, oh, where you keep them forever. Okay, I understand the difference. I don't think I'll be able to explain it in this moment. Olivia, in Italy, Audible is €9 a month, but you don't have limits on how many books you can listen to. Oh, see, I'd prefer that. I would prefer a lower price to be able to listen to everything and not keep it, like to literally just stream it. Because usually audiobooks, unlike right now that I'm listening to, aren't books that I intend on keeping. But that's why I just use the library. If you don't reread, understand. Also, collect books to read later. Yeah, that makes sense. Yellow Wife is a historical fiction set in the 1800s. Ooh, just started. Okay, let us know how it is. You don't have limits either. Yep. Hey, Rayanne, how are you? Happy Monday. Thank you. You'll be working today and hopefully starting a new book once the workday is done. Very nice. All right. Well, I hope you get a lot done. Hey, Elkie, how are you? Ooh, banana bread in the oven. Nice. Ooh, and reading The Great Alone. Heavy. Enjoy the smell of baked goods filling your house. Ooh, yes, that feels so great. Oh my gosh, you guys. Speaking of which, I'm going to have to show you my sweet potato pie. I saw this at this little like craft art thing and I was like, I need this in my life. Hey, Paul, how are you? I hope you're doing well. And when you get awake, you'll be reading Black Widow. Fair. I totally know how that is, Paul. And Julie, The Great Alone is so amazing. Ooh, you rarely reread books, but it's been a few years and you might pick that one back up. Nice. I almost read The Great Alone, but then I decided I just couldn't do something that was going to make me bawl. And Kristen Hanna makes me cry hard. I just needed to move on. Alicia's still here. Missed the chatty bit. Had a phone call. Oh, that happens to be all the time. But you're back now. I'm working on Halloween decor cleanup and fall decor setup. Nice. Hey, Swink. How's it going? Happy fall to you. You're reading The Rise of the Riverman. Ooh, that sounds good. And Alex got homeschool assignments sorted for the day. Yay! Can finish your book in the next sprint. Awesome. You didn't think the time change affected us, but your kids are already asking for lunch. That's true, right? We're all like, okay, it's like 11, 10:30, time for lunch. Oh, and he's also on the edge of a growth spurt. It's probably like all working together, right? And Sophia finished your book and now trying to finish Dracula. Oh, nice. All right, hopefully you get that done, and congrats on finishing your other book. Alicia got a snack and tidied up a few things. Yum. I need a snack for sure. Hey, Bethany, how are you? You got to 54% of your book. Nice. You told yourself when you hit 50%, you'd switch to a work project. Ooh, okay, good motivation to like get something else done. And you made it a few minutes before the sprint ended. Nice. Well, hopefully you then get your work project done and get to go back to reading. Denise ate a piece of peanut butter toast, read 24 pages on page 87, and we'll do some cleaning during the next sprint. Very good. Nikki's making some progress with your novel. It's about when D.H. Lawrence lived in Cornwall during World War I. Oh, interesting. So you decided to look him up on Wikipedia, but you think you might have given yourself, oh no. I hate when that happens. We are like, oh, I just want a little more information. And then you're like, thanks for ruining the book. But you have no one else to blame but yourself, right? Jackie thinking of what to make for lunch and made it to page 118. Nice. Yeah, I think we're all like, lunch. Christina, the $30 books you can get with a credit. Oh, okay. That's only $15. Okay. You only buy books on Audible. That's over $15. That makes sense because then you're going to get a good deal. And Diana changed it up for that sprint and listened to So Much Blue. Ooh, nice. Bethany got to 54%. Oh, yeah. You know, it's really repeating some people's comments today, so I don't know why. Yeah, I know. I love sweet potato pie, too. And, hey, quick question. Since we're coming up on Thanksgiving here in the U.S., are you guys a pumpkin pie or sweet potato pie? Or both or neither? I personally am a sweet potato pie person. I like the flavor better, and I also like that it's not stringy. And Christy made it up to page 145 of The Lion Women of Tehran. There are hints that things are about to change. Yes, ma'am. And Tina, good morning. Made it home for the doctor's appointment. Now headed to the store. Okay, you sound like you have a busy day, Tina. Elkie, The Great Alone is very good. You like books that make you have feelings? Yes. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, she will make you have some feelings. Christina's you're ealing feeling, but I kind of like ealing. You're ealing the need to pack away, not just the Halloween decor, but also the fall decor, and start getting the Christmas stuff. Oh, I know we don't do that before Thanksgiving either. No, get the Thanksgiving stuff out, Christina. I saw somebody, they already had their Christmas tree up in the window like this weekend. I was like, what? You guys skipped a whole bunch of stuff. And hello, KRT. Did a little cleaning, ate, and listened to a bit of your nonfiction audiobook. Well, hello and welcome. I don't think I've seen you here before, so let me know if there's something that you would like me to call you other than KRT. If not, that's totally fine. Yeah, you're just eeling around, Christina. Just admit it. And Paul will be making, egg roll in a bowl. Ooh, that sounds so good, Paul. Hope you enjoy it. I know I would. And Alicia do apple pie and pumpkin pie. Yep. And yeah, love a sweet tater pie. Yes, same. And Alex stopped celebrating Thanksgiving, but have not stopped eating as much pumpkin pie as you can get your hands on. I hear you there. And they taste similar, but sweet potatoes have protein in them, so you can totally have it for breakfast. Oh, yeah, exactly. Along with your apple pie, which apple pie crushed up and put into your oatmeal, it's also very healthy. And Diana, never met a pie you didn't like. Fair. And Alicia, sorry, there were weird noises going on in the background. Hopefully, outside weird noises. Christmas doesn't come out in your house until you see Santa Claus at the end of Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Oh, I know a lot of people who have that tradition, and I think it's so cute. And Christina, your son wants to be Santa when he grows up. Ah, maybe to help him feel better. I think Christmas early would be nice. Oh, yes, that would. Okay, you never tasted any of those pies. Not really a thing here. Yeah, I could see that. But you're curious, maybe you'll make it yourself. Yeah, you should. Give it a try. Start with sweet potato. That would be my recommendation. Like sweet potato, if you like sweet potato with like brown sugar and butter on it, it's almost that in a pie crust. Almost. It's slightly different. And Bethany, in your family, you eat cashew pie, or cashew pie is another winter squash. Ooh, I haven't even heard of that winter squash, let alone it as a pie. So much better. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to look that up. I have never even heard of that. But yeah, I'm like Diana. I'm like, let's try some pies. Christina likes a pecan pie. You know what? I like the idea of pecan pie because I love pecans, but I don't like that gelled, goopy stuff that they stick the pecans together with. It's always too sweet. And carroty is fine. Great. That's what I'll call you. First time here. Wonderful. Welcome. And your buddy reading friends that you linked. Oh, how nice of your buddy reading friend. And sweet potato pie sounds very good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You do like your baking. Yeah, you should totally try it. Yes, try the pies. Yeah. And pumpkin pie is only stringy if you don't make it from the can. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like I don't hate pumpkin pie. I think it's just that I don't like baking or cooking, period. So if I'm gonna take the trouble to make one, I prefer to make sweet potato because sweet potato I can make like from the sweet potato or the can. Pumpkin, I like can't for the life of me figure out making it from the pumpkin. Hey Paula, how are you? What are you up to today? Other than your sprints that are coming up in a little bit. And Christina may have to try that. Yeah, might be the way to go. All right, that is the last comment that I can see right now. So let's go ahead and get back into another sprint because I think, like a lot of you, I need some lunch. I think that's what my body's saying. And I need to sit down and I need to cool down because I'm super hot right now for some reason. I feel like I'm having like premenopause hot flash, which is not going what's going on. I've just been moving around a lot. So, but either way, yeah, break time for sure. And Christina real quickly said you make sweet potato pie from scratch. Yep. Yep. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it is lunchtime. And yes, hellos. All right, let me get our timer up for us. I will probably leave you guys here in the laundry room while I get my lunch and read The Mysteries of Paris and relax for a few. And then I'll be back in here finishing up while I listen to my audiobook some more. All right, so there's an hour. I will see you guys in a bit. Happy All right, sorry about that. Welcome back. I was on the phone with my mom, and my little alarm that time was almost up, didn't go off. So we were just chatting about cleaning and decluttering and all the things. So, what did I do during that sprint? I had lunch, like I was talking about. I also read my daily chapter in the Mysteries of Paris. So that's done. And then I did get back to sort of cleaning and decluttering. So I've cleaned out this area and swept it. Yes, there's a box now, but that's one of the boxes from the front hallway. So all three of those boxes will go over there. I have a box of donations just below me here that's not quite in the camera. And once I'm done with this, yeah, I'll be done with in here and I'll be done cleaning out the front hallway, which will feel so nice because we have a nice wide hallway and it's been feeling a mess of late. And yeah, on my next sprint, I will probably again take another break sprint and will probably spend most of it reading and like physically reading my book Druid, which supposedly is my main read for today, but I haven't even picked up yet. So we'll see how that is. But let me go back and see how you guys are doing. We had some people come in, and hello, Cherie. How are you? I hope you're well today. I had just missed your comment when we went to the sprint, so I hope you are well. We were talking about pumpkin pie, and Paula was saying it makes you want to bake all the pies. That sounds amazing. Oh, and I was going to show you guys my sweet potato pie. Look, I have a little pie. Isn't it cute? And in case you're wondering like why I'm just holding this pie and it's in a terracotta pot, it's actually like a little scent thing. But look, there's like even little sweet potato looking flake things. These are all fake. Oh my gosh, this smells amazing. But under here is actually potpourri, and it's made so that you can take the crust off the top of your quote unquote pie, and you can put this whole terracotta dish and all the little things in your oven, and you can bake it, and it legit makes the house smell like pumpkin pie or sweet potato pie. They had a pumpkin pie one. This one is sweet potato pie. And oh my gosh, like sometimes I can't do it because it literally makes me hungry and start drooling. But it is such like a cozy, warm fall vibe. And then I take it out of the oven and like it's all nice and warm and I can put it somewhere else in the house. So and the scent keeps like spreading until it cools. But then it looks really cute because like I'll put it on my dining room table and then it looks like there's a little pie there. Or usually I'll just set it on top of my oven and like I love it. It's like sweet potato pie to go. So I'll put that back on our next sprint. But yeah. And Paul makes all pies and pie crust from scratch. Yes, pie crust from scratch. One is actually pretty easy. I love Julia Child's recipe, which is like butter with just enough flour to hold it together when it melts. Amazing and super simple and pretty flawless because it's literally butter. It's so good. And yes, same. It is the best way. Like store-bought ones are like easy, but really homemade isn't that hard and you can freeze it and it still works really well or refrigerate it or just bake it and eat it. It's totally worth it. You wish you were a bake from scratch kind of person. You know, in general, I am not. I will totally make a sweet potato pie using canned sweet potatoes and just pour and dump stuff. But like, if I'm going to bake that, like, make that crust. Make the crust. If you make nothing else, make the crust. It's so worth it every time. And hello, Nikechi, how are you? Just wanted to pop in and say congrats. Thank you. Yay, yay, yay. And Alex says you don't have a functional kitchen. Oh yeah, okay, that ruins everything. I totally get that. Desire to clean up after baking. So true. Commitment to following a recipe closely. That's why I don't like baking. You do. Yeah, I would cook long before I would bake because at this point in life, I don't need a recipe to cook most anything. But baking, yeah, no. Oh yeah, I'm there with you. And hello, Brecht. How are you? You're reading the Pumpkin Pie Spice Cafe or the Pumpkin Spice. What did I've got pie on the brain. And you have one more task for school. All right. Well, hopefully you get through that and get to reading. Hey, Jean, how are you doing? Zodiac Academy, nice. And hello, Flor. You're reading Murder in the Family. Sounds great. Have you been here before? I feel like you've been here before, but maybe I'm just making that up. But anyway, nice to have you. And Jen said, happy anniversary. Thank you. Yes, I'm glad that you're here as well. And thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Sherry, hello. Thank you. You're trying to finish off all the books you started this year. That is my plan for next month. And I'm going to call it my Mortal Kombat plan because my intention is to finish it. Like all the things. That is like my TBR for December, spoiler in case you're waiting for it. So yeah, but I've got Mortal Kombat plans to finish all the things. There will be brutalities and all the like. I'm really excited about it now. And if you have no idea what Mortal Kombat is, what were you doing in the 80s and 90s? Maybe you weren't alive then. And Jessica, hello. It is early morning for you. What are you doing up? Did you go to bed? And you're finishing up a NetGalley read. Oh, okay, called Cypress Tomb. Interesting so far, but you think it's about to get dark. Ooh, okay. Wow. Enjoy that late night read or early morning read. Julie's considering starting NetGalley because it sounds fun. Yeah, a lot of people love it. And is it actually fun or does it turn into more of a chore? I think it depends on how much you end up doing, but good question. And Ryan, does anyone have any tips on how to find discussion questions for a book club? Oh, for Slewfoot. I'm assuming you've probably tried Googling. Um, Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe if you try one of those like note things, like Cliff Notes or Spark Notes. I think they sometimes have questions on there, but that's a good question. Oh yeah, good point, Julie. Storygraph will sometimes have discussion questions. I always forget about that, but you're right. And Paul made it to page 90. Nice job, Paul. Book Browse has discussion questions. I have not heard of Book Browse. I'm gonna have to check that out. Thanks, Donna. And that's cool. Yeah, I know. You also make pumpkin pie filling and canned for later dates. Oh, that's a great idea, Paul. You're such a little chef over there. And oh, so you fell asleep. Oh, you've been sleeping 45 sprints. Oh, but you slept a couple hours. Nice. And yeah, love sweet potato pie. My favorite too. Denise unloaded the dishwasher. Nice. Sorted through mail. Oh, yeah, I know. Paper. We'll pay by phone. Okay, yep, sounds good. Oh no, the pile that you unearthed. Oh, load the dishwasher during the next sprint. Sounds good. And Donna thinks NetGalley is fun if you control what you choose to read and review. That's what it seems like. That seems like, from what I can tell, other people have said is the key to it not feeling overwhelming and a chore. Alex, NetGalley is great if you read ebooks. You don't love ebooks, so got way behind and gave up. Yeah, that's why I haven't even started. I don't really like ebooks, and I don't read a lot of like contemporary current stuff and new release stuff. So Jessica, so wanna read Slewfoot, not available. Oh, it's on your Amazon wish list. Oh, well, I hope you get to it. Oh, Alex likes Slewfoot. Hello, Amber Lee. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. And Jessica enjoys NetGalley. Okay, if you find reviewing a chore. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, if you don't like reviewing, then yeah, you're not going to get very far with it. Yeah, but it's giving you good habits. Nice. And Brittany was a lunch and folding laundry sprint. Ooh, folded laundry, Brittany. Good on you, because whoa, like I have gotten to the point in life where I hang 90% of my clothes. I don't mind folding, but I can't do the like gigantic pounds and piles of folding. And I feel like I have something like, let me know if you feel like this, guys. Like, I feel like there may be something off about my laundry habits because I do like laundry a couple times a week. If like when I'm doing like the towels and all the extra little things. But I feel like everybody else seems to have way more laundry to do. than I do. So I feel like I'm like not washing my stuff often enough. I don't know what's going on. Oh, Tina made it back from the store. Nice. Put the groceries away. Good. Got it all done. Jessica, yes, I saw you were a co host for NetGalley November. Yeah, it's a great time to try it because there's a lot of people talking about it and there's sprints for it and all the things. Yep. Hey, Carissa, how are you? I hope you're doing well. And ooh, peach cobbler. Yes, I agree. Like stone fruit cobblers. Yeah, so good. And we eat them both with sweet cream over them. Yeah, I like. I also like a really good crisp. But yeah, I have like a really easy like peach cobbler recipe that uses Bisquick and like canned peaches, and amazing. And you don't mind putting laundry in the washer and dryer, but you hate folding it. Yeah, like fold nothing. That is my that is my thing. Hang your towels if you need to. Folded laundry and more audiobook. Oh, it's like laundry sprints going on. And Julia, yeah, also fold nothing. Yeah, fold nothing gang. Either gets hung up or thrown in a drawer. Yep. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I'm the same. Like a lot of my stuff that's drawer stuff is stuff that I can like just a dig through pile and is stuff that does not need to be wrinkle free. And then if it does need to be wrinkle free, like I'm hanging that stuff because oh yeah, but folded laundry. Like I have fewer clothes just so that I don't have to fold laundry. Maybe that's why I don't have as much laundry. Anyway, all right, that's the last comment I can see. Let's just go ahead and jump back into another sprint. Like I said, I'm going to finish moving the stuff out of my front hallway, and then I'm probably just going to take a good extended break and just read the rest of the sprint. So hopefully I will get this shuffling of things around done pretty quickly. But let me pull up the timer for us and we can go back into this next sprint a little early. I almost hit the wrong thing and I don't know what would have happened if I did. Anyway, there's an hour up. Happy reading. I'll see you after this sprint. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint that time? Mine went well. I'm feeling much more relaxed now. I pretty much just read from Drood that entire sprint. I am making really good progress in this book over the weekend and the past few days. I am on page 574 out of, I think it's just shy of 800 pages. No, it's like 700 pages. So I have like 200 or so more pages of this. Yeah, about 200 pages left to go. I don't think I'll be finishing it today, but I'm feeling pretty good about finishing it in the next couple of days. And now for the discovery that I made. I have been listening to The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay on my phone for the vast majority of this morning. And all of a sudden I was like, wait, I thought this audiobook was 8 hours long. And I feel like I'm going through it very quickly. And I'm only on 1.5 times speed. Here it is. And I was thinking, something seems really off about this. And then I looked and it said I had 4.5 hours of the book left. And I'm like, that really just does not sound right. And so I went and looked. It's an abridged version of the book. And I was so annoyed. So now I'm trying to figure out what to do because it's a premium book. So I'm pretty sure on Everand, I won't be able to get the unabridged version because I've already used my one premium book pick. So now I'm wondering, do I stop listening to that and just give up? And once I finish Drood, just go and read the entire physical book that I have? I'm really only doing this to familiarize myself with the story again before seeing the opera. So, do I just finish listening to the abridged audiobook and call that good enough for now and go back and reread the whole book another day? I don't know. I'm really torn about what to do, and I'm kind of frustrated that I didn't notice that. I usually check, but I just felt like, why would this be an abridged version of the book? Anyway, that was my sprint. Otherwise, it went well. On my next sprint, I will go back to doing some of the other things that I need to do. I still need to clean my bathrooms today. I need to get some laundry going. I need to do my stretches for physical therapy, but I'm just going to do yoga instead. So I'll probably go back to listening to Cavalier and Clay when I do that part. And then I'll come back to reading some more in Drood. I'm trying to get 115 pages of this read today. So I'm right here at the cat paw and I have to get to this thing. So I'm pretty close to that because I did make progress on it last night. Yeah, I have about 60 pages left that I want to read in this to stay on track for my reading goal for this month because I realized that I've been very off my reading goals the last couple of months. And I think it's partially because I typically give myself an idea of how many pages I should be reading per day. And I have not done that for the last couple of months. And I also haven't met my reading goals. So I'm wondering if the two things are connected, even though, it's not like I'm forcing myself to read otherwise, but I think it might motivate me in my reading, I think is what was going on. Anyway, let me go to the chat and see how you guys were doing during the sprint. Alex decided to do some laundry. Yep, I feel like Monday's like major laundry day, right? Sue finished Thanksgiving. Yay! It's so funny. It makes it sound like you actually finished like having Thanksgiving, but I know that was the book you were reading. You're going to work on laundry as well and then figure out your next read. Sounds good. Brecht read a chapter in Pumpkin Spice Cafe and had dinner. Sounds nice. And it's like now turned into like just a complete rainy day. It's been overcast all morning, but it finally started raining during that sprint. And so now I'm like, ooh, cozy vibes. So I might just have to move over to my cozy chair and make a cup of tea and like just revel in the cozy vibes. So that might be happening soon. And Sophia taking a break from Jackla because the perspective requires more than your brain can take. I could understand that from what I've heard, not of the perspective, but just of how it's written in general. And you're rereading some of the Miss Peregrine books. Ooh, so that you can finish that series. Yep. Like I said, Mortal Kombat. Jessica, okay, finished Cypress Tomb, and although it had potential, what did you just read? Oh no. It needed to be longer because there was an actual story happening before the end that didn't get resolved. Oh, that's so frustrating. I don't like when that happens. When it's like they leave this big thing that like it's like driving you through the book and they're like, yeah, we're not gonna like actually resolve that in any manner. Oh no. Oh, that stinks, Jessica. I'm sorry. And perspective. Oh, it was a perspective change. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes even more sense, right? Because it's epistolary. So you've been hearing one writing and now you've gone. Okay, yeah, that makes even more sense than what I thought you were saying. You recommend the audio. It helps those changes and makes for a better experience. I could see that because then you're hearing the different voices and stuff. Yep, especially if you don't typically read epistolaries. And don't forget to boop the like button and hydrate. And thanks, Brecht, for the reminder. And hey, Dina, how are you? Currently listening to Corbin Gas. Ah, you've got me so excited about this series. Ooh, 68% in. Oh, and it's fantastically strange. Sounds like it's just as good as the first book. So that's good because I know you were hoping that it would be. Hey, Heather, how are you? Working today? Yep, and think about you all every Monday, getting some good reading. And thanks, Heather. Yes, I hope work is going well for you. It seems like it is. And hello, Kayla. Finished this week's chapters for your sister's book club. Nice. And reading Legacy of Orisha trilogy. Oh, I don't know if I'm familiar with that one. And then you'll read Jane Austen's Persuasion. I love it. I love that you're like two different things. Yes, I do that too. So hello and welcome because I don't think I've seen you here before, but I hope you enjoy both. And oh, do you have no audio? I'm not muted. Dina has audio. Does everybody else have audio? Hopefully we all have audio because I have muted myself before and stayed muted and talked for a long time. But I promise that like you should be able to hear me. Maybe your volume got clicked off, headphones are plugged in. Amberly finished breakfast, made the bed, nice, read 14 pages, good job. Alicia ate some lunch, checked on the little one, hope they're doing well. Made errands for tomorrow, did a little laundry. Heather finished the second book of All Souls trilogy yesterday. Oh, you gave it a 2. But discovering witches you loved. Oh, that is a big difference. I've had books and series like that though. I know. Tricked it into the abridged. Yeah, because it's not even like like when it's abridged, they need to put that in huge letters. And I should have known because I noticed that there were 2 books right next to each other, but I thought one was audio and one was ebook, but I forgot that I had clicked the audiobook filter. But like they either need to put abridged across the middle of one or they need to make the covers slightly different so that you really look at them. But yeah, I know, bummer. Okay, you're gonna start. Okay. Oh. Huh. Yeah, that is weird. Okay, I hope your restart works, Brecht, because that is very strange. Paul made it to chapter 9, page 108. Finished the abridged. Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards because I'm like a couple hours in and I feel like it'll hit the point and I've got the physical book to read, next year or in a couple of years, or maybe right after I see the opera if I want a more in-depth. So I feel like for the purpose behind what I'm reading that I don't need the full version because let's face it, the opera is going to be abridged. So maybe I'm getting enough of the story. And now you have weird audio. Oh, I wonder what's going on. Maybe it's an internet thing. That wouldn't make sense that one thing's working, the other's not. Heather would contact the company and tell them you didn't know it was abridged. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work. I don't know that I care that much, but it's a thought. I will have to think about that. I guess that will help me determine whether I care that much. Yay, I'm doing yoga. Yup, so good for you. And KRT, just finish the abridged version and call it a day. Yeah, this is exactly my thought. I'll still get enough of the story. Yep. And you'll do it too with the Corbin Gast audio. Yeah. Tina rested and read a bit of Warbreaker. Ooh, that's on my TBR. How are you liking Warbreaker, Tina? Because I am hoping to read that this month. And you have Massive Fog. Huh. Yeah, get cozy with the fog. I'm all for like the get cozy with the weather. So you switch to audio, Birds Aren't Real. Oh, a nonfiction conspiracy about robotic pigeons in New. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So is that exploring like a conspiracy theory that's gone around? I could see how it'd be very easy to come up with that conspiracy theory in New York City. I could totally see that. And maybe somebody has is doing that, but I don't know. That sounds like an interesting one. And Brecht, oh, you don't have a blanket. Yeah, yeah. Put on some sweaters or put a sweater across your legs. Hey, Teresa, how are you? You're going to start by reading No Name, okay? And maybe start a little laundry, feed the cats, and yourself. Sounds good. Cherie read 20% of the Davenports. Ooh, more than this, gonna hydrate and grab a snack. Sounds good. Yep, I'm definitely getting that tea snack going. Denise loaded the dishwasher, paid the bills, got disconnected after. Oh no, I hate when you're waiting on the phone and then they disconnect you. And I'm like, why can't they ever disconnect in like the first 10 seconds? Though even that is annoying because you know you've had to press through like 17 menus just to get on that hold. I'm sorry, Denise. Hey Natalie, how are you? You're finally getting around to documenting your physical books. Ooh, nice. How are you deciding to document them? Like did you make your own Excel? Are you using an app? Let us know. Alicia also has audio. Good. You were able to change your book for your literary assignment to the. Oh, nice. Because the Raven Boys was a big and heavy DNF. Oh, you could not get into it. Okay. Yeah, that would that would be awful if you then had to like finish that book. So, oh, that sounds good. I would love to do a literary assignment on the Pumpkin Spice Cafe. Oh, which reminds me that my husband was asking me, he was like, "Hey, you're going to enroll in classes for next semester because I can take one free college class every semester." And I'm like, "Ooh, I should." But then I was like, "Oh, I'd have to write an assignment. I haven't done that in like 20 years." So I wonder if like I could take a class and if a professor would accept like a really well done YouTube video. I feel like I'd be like one of those students. And the professor would be like, "You want to turn in what?" Jackie started listening to The Wealth of Shadows. Nice. Rex really need to get one of those big hoodie things. Yes, right? Yeah, I have an old Snuggie, and I think this is the year for Christmas that my Snuggie needs an update. Like, I need a hooded one. I still want pockets. Mine goes all the way down and is closed at the bottom and has little holes that my feet stick out of, or I can tuck them in like a sack. So I still want some sort of action like that. Um, yeah, yeah, I think I need a Snuggie update this year though. But yeah, I need a hood. Mine doesn't have a hood, and I feel like I need hooded action. When are you planning on starting the Lacuna? Ooh, you thought it was a fiction book. It is fiction. It is fiction. Lacuna is on there. It might not happen for another week or so because I have to get through my book club. Well, first I have to finish this, which should happen in the next couple of days. Then I need to finish one of my book club books, which should happen over this weekend. And I need to finish The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay. So I'm hoping by next week, Diana. I have started a buddy read for it on the Story Graph. So if anybody's interested in joining that, let me know. And I would just need to know what your profile is on the Story Graph and whether or not we're friends. And if so, I can add you to that buddy read. I didn't make it a public read along because I don't know, I just felt like there weren't going to be enough people to make that worth it. Not that it really makes a huge difference, but you have to do more to set up a read along, whereas a buddy read, like you just read and comment, if that makes sense. Anyway, yeah, let me know, Diana, if you are interested in joining us. But it's just so like read it at your own pace and comment wherever you feel like it, and you'll see everybody else's comments when you get to the same point they were in the book. So it's pretty simple. Natalie's using Excel in an app. Yep, you have 28 unread books and another 11 you want to reread. Okay, so you can decide whether to keep her in haul. That sounds good. And Right. I understood what you meant was that you thought it was the opposite. I thought you wrote, but I understood that you meant you thought it was nonfiction. No, it is fiction. And Jessica, not streaming until 3 p.m. today. Okay, so you're debating on going back to sleep. Yeah, you probably should because you've been up since, like, did you go to bed again? But may continue listening to the Fellowship of the Ring. Well, there's that. And Tina's liking Warbreaker. It took a minute for your mind to switch over from Mistborn. Okay, yeah, I have heard that they're very different, but you're enjoying it. Good to know. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be my first Brandon Sanderson, so I really hope I get to it. Hey, Bryce, how are you doing today? I hope you're well. What are you going to be up to? And your next up read is Phantasma. Ooh, sounds good. And Natalie figured since you're building your collection, you should take advantage. Yeah, that is so true. Get organized early and stay organized. And having it on your own Excel is nice because I feel like it's easier to see everything. Whereas on Goodreads and the story graph, I do not feel like at some point you're having to go to the next page or scroll, you're waiting for stuff to upload. Goodreads, I feel like, is slightly better at that than the story graph, but neither is as good as an actual Excel spreadsheet. And you're reading Words of Radiance. Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. And Jessica, blame the cats who woke you up a little before 6 this morning. Okay, I will. I blame the cats. Lock them out. Though sometimes that doesn't help. Anyway, all right, let's go into our next sprint. On this sprint, like I said, I'm going to go back to doing some task type things and my 3 different categories that I have. The one of my categories is knocked out until after our stream is done. So I'm doubling up on one of them. So I'm going to do 2 cleaning things, probably get some at least half the yoga in that I want to do. And then I'm going to go back to reading Druid. So should be a good sprint for me. I hope it's a good sprint for you guys. And I'll see you in an hour. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine was really good. I can smell the fresh, clean scent of my bathrooms. I spent, what did I do? I got some laundry going. I cleaned both my bathrooms down here while listening to some more of the amazing adventures of Cavalier and Clay. And then I finished my last few minutes up with listening to Drood. I did not get to my yoga yet. So I think during the next sprint, I'll probably just make it a more relaxing sprint and do my yoga while listening to Cavalier and Clay. I might do my yoga in silence. That's usually what I prefer. And then switch to reading Drood for the remainder of the sprint. So this sort of categorizing my task and then kind of approaching one from each category at a time is really working well. I think partially because it's still giving me things that I want to do or need to do during the times where I'm like, okay, I need a little bit of a break from like running around like mad. So that's nice. Though the rain has stopped, which is fine, but so the cozy vibes are a little less cozy and a little more bright, which is fine, but I don't know, kind of ruined my whole tea vibe I was planning on. So let me go back to the comments and see how you guys did during that sprint. When we left off, Shamika was just saying hello and that she's reading Slow Dance. So hello to you. Stormy also popped in to say hi. So hello to you. I hope you're doing well as well. And Alex, had another Everand question. Can you return unlocked premium books? That is a good question. Like, return and get it back, or be like, psych, no, oops. I'm guessing for me, it's probably too late. But one thing, and again, this is why I'm like favoring the whole no, I cannot return it. I can remove it from saved. I oh, it stopped. It just started playing. Um, yeah, I don't see any options saying that. So, but again, that's another reason that I like to use the library. I realize that the library system here has Hoopla, but they have this extra feature on Hoopla that's like Hoopla Flex, where some of the books, you know how like Hoopla has like a limit to how many books that you can borrow each month. Well, they have those books, but then they also have Flex books that are books where it's like you can take out 2 or 3 Flex books at a time, but as soon as you return them, you can replace it with another one, and you can do that as often as you want, so long as it's in that Flex category. And the Flex books seem to be the vast majority of the ones that I've read. Again, I read older books, so not sure how that would work with the rest, but I thought that was a cool feature to add. And yay, you finished Light of the Living Res, 4-star average for all the stories. That's pretty good then. So solid read. Nice. Hey, Marcella, how are you doing? You'll probably be here for a sprint and a half. Well, happy to have you here. I hope you are all recovered because I feel like the last time I saw you in sprints, you were still like recovering from the last of being sick. So it's good to have you here. And hello, Catherine. How are you? You're reading The Alaskan Sander Affair. Is that a nonfiction? Because that almost sounds like it could be nonfiction. Or is it based on a true story? Let me know if it's any of the above. And Sherry finished your book. Yay! Everybody's finishing. 68 more to go. 68 more books to go? Or 68 pages to go in another book? Brecht read another chapter in Pumpkin Spice Cafe. Nice. Paul made it to page 116 and did stuff around the house. Very good. Sue, no reading, worked on laundry and your book journal. Okay, and now it's lunchtime. Sounds good. Denise paid all the medical bills. Yay, that did take a long time. Yeah, because you've been working on that, pretty much since the first sprint, right? So, like, almost 10 o'clock this morning. Goodness gracious. Yes, thankfully for the insurance and making it possible to pay those bills. So, yay, you're done for the day. Ooh, and kielbasa and sauerkraut sounds great. And Alex picked your next read, The Name of War, King Philip's War and the Origins of American Identity. Okay, sounds like something for nonfiction November. Bought it last year at a tribal museum, but you're so bad at reading nonfiction, you've been putting it off. Well, hey, now's the time to do it, right? And I got the bought it part. And Dina, 75% into Gorman Gas. Ooh, it's going fast. And the last chapter ended on a cliffhanger. Oh, yes, get that last bit in before the kids get home. Cherie, 50% ran to the grocery store. Nice. And yes, I did finish Our Mutual Friend. I just finished it over the weekend. And man, that story really picked up in the last 50 to 60% of the book, or the last 50 to 40% of the book. So based on if the entire book was the last 40 to 30%, I would have loved it. But it really wasn't. The first half of the book, I was like, what are we doing? When is this going somewhere? It was a lot of buildup. But man, was it interesting towards the end, to say the least. I was pleased that he pulled it back from the super slow drawn out opening. So I'm glad I stuck with it, but oh gosh, wow. It was taking a bit to get through that first half. And Alicia just got home making lunch. Very good. What you make for lunch, Alicia? And that's my husband's bass guitar. He plays bass, he plays guitar, he plays cuatro, which is Puerto Rican, it's not a big guitar. It's the opposite. It's a small guitar. If you hear a lot of merengue, you probably hear it throughout the music. But yeah, bass is his main instrument and the one that I love when he plays. So, do you play guitar, Dina? Amber Lee, more laundry, went outside with the dog. Ooh, the greens are growing like crazy. And even more eggplants have set. Ooh, yum. Managed to read 30 pages. Nice. And Marcella, yay, glad you're all good. Thank you. Yes, a very good friend of mine gave this to me. So yeah, I love it. She brought it back with her. I had specifically told her that I had wanted one, so she brought it back after a trip she had gone on to Nigeria one time. And Nikki washed the dishes. Nice. Getting all the cleaning done. Sherry, 68 more books for your started but not finished TBR. Okay. I totally got it. Yes, you two need to Mortal Kombat your TBR before the year is over. That's right. I forgot. Oh, hey, Lynn, how's it going? Yes, it has been a while. Thank you. Yes, it's good to be here still on YouTube because I know it can be an exhausting, burning people out / making you feel discouraged kind of thing as a creator. And so I'm happy to have made it a year. So I hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Brittany moved all your footage over and started editing the October wrap up. Very good. Where do you store your footage, on a camera or a thumb drive or something like that, Brittany? And Lynn's reading Warrior Girl Unearthed. Ooh, okay, sounds good. Is Warrior Girl a companion to the Firekeeper's Daughter? I know nothing about it. Ooh, fried chicken sandwich sounds amazing. Enjoy, Alicia. And your husband has 3 bands and lots of guitars, which are more expensive and bigger than books. Yeah, yes. This is exactly. Surprisingly, I think I've only had one other person ask what my husband thinks about my book buying habit, but this is why my husband's totally okay with it, because this is one of his 2 basses. I think he's thinking about getting a 3rd bass. He has 2 guitars and his cuatro. So this is one of his 5 to 7 instruments. So I'm like, yeah, his one instrument is like a whole bookcase or 12 of my books. So yeah, there will be no complaining ever from my husband, because even the gear, as you know, Dina, is way more than any book he will ever buy. But he loves it. This is his hobby. I have mine. We mutually like enjoy our own. And swing 78% into your book. Nice. Hey, Jamie, how are you? You've been reading an arc, The Vulcan Air. Okay. And had lunch. Ooh, tiny hamburger on an English muffin. I like how you had a tiny hamburger. And okay, your footage goes right. Oh, from your phone. Okay, I gotcha. And then you airdropped it to your Mac. Gotcha. You just use files on your computer to organize it. Makes sense. Cause yeah, otherwise you end up like me and you end up misplacing the footage for a monthly wrap up and being like, guess we're not doing that this month. Moving on. And your book's a standalone, you believe, slash hope, right? Because oops, I've done that before where I'm like, oh, turns out this was book 3. That explains a lot. All right. Well, I've gotten to the end of the comments early. So to me, that sounds like we're ready to go. So let's get back into it. Like I said, this sprint, I think I'm going to go between reading Drood, and I'm going to start out with getting my yoga stretches better than the physical therapy type of situation done. So I'm going to go and decide what routine I'm going to work myself through, get that done for the afternoon, and then sit and relax. I think I'm going to change my pants. I don't know why, but these pants today are seeming like the most unbreathable fabric alive and are literally making me so hot. It's also must be super warm outside today because I can tell that our air conditioning's like kind of sort of not really on because it was cool overnight and now it's like kind of warm, but must be the temperature that my air conditioning is set to. And so now it's just humid inside the house. Complain, complain. Anyway, all right, let me go get this yoga done. Let me get our clock back up for us. And yeah. And I just realized I've had the same banner up like for hours now and probably could remove that. Give my computer something less to do. All right, I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was that sprint for everyone? Mine went really well. I did go and I did some yoga. So I did about like a 30-minute session. Got some good work in on my back, which, oh my gosh, did not realize how tight it was. So that was really good. And some stretches. I did some yin yang yoga and really enjoyed that. And then I threw in another load of laundry and then went back to reading Drood and had a nice little snack. So, yeah, and Drood is going really well. There's a lot of different little twists and turns that are happening in this book that I have different theories on, and I'm really wondering how this story is going to end up and if there's going to be any sort of reveal or what. Yeah, and it also makes me wonder, like, I know he's fictionalizing a lot of like the background of stuff that's happening, but I do have a lot of questions of how much of what he's historically talking about going on with Charles Dickens and Wilkie Collins is like real to life stuff. Like, it seems like for sure he's keeping the timeline accurate to when they're publishing things, but I'm also wondering about like when they're moving around and going to different places. Is that accurate? Different little events that happen, I'm wondering like how much of them are based in truth. So that's really interesting part of this story. Um, so I am plugging along in this pretty well. I still have about 40 pages of this that I want to read today. It's surprisingly not a super fast read. It may be because the book is slightly bigger than normal size, but I guess I also haven't picked it up a ton today with everything else that I've been doing. So I'm really hoping in these next few hours sprinting to get more of this book itself done. I do still have one more bathroom to clean, and I was hoping to get to my living rooms today. I mentioned I had some curtains to put up in here, and I want to dust and vacuum, but that's feeling less and less realistic. So we will see. I'm going to continue doing what I've been doing, which is just focusing on my 4 things. Right now, I have 3 of them left, which is to get to page 115 in this book. Well, not 115, but to have read 115 pages in this book. And like I said, I have 40 pages left to go. I do want to keep focusing on getting that last bathroom clean, as well as finishing the last load of laundry that I just put into the wash. So hopefully I will get those things done. And if so, I will feel pretty good about where I am by the end of sprints today. So let me just focus on what the next 3 things are and not worry about all the other things that I could be doing. All right, and let's see how that sprint went for you guys. Lynn was saying that, yes, your hobbies are books and art, and your husband's is playing guitar and bass. Yeah, see, somehow the mix goes together, right? And then I would have a question for you. Which is your husband's like favorite instrument? Is your husband a guitar player who occasionally plays on the bass, or is he a bass player that knows some guitar? Because my husband is like the unusual combination of he's like truly a bass player. Like, he plays the bass and he's dabbled in guitar, which means that every time joins a band, they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're an actual bass player." Because my husband, he'll look at a band and he will always instantly pick out whether or not their bass player is actually a guitar player who just had to play the bass. They're not the same thing at all. And they don't play the same either. And oh, Swank had to go. Well, thanks for stopping by, Swank. I'm sure you're already gone. Brett got to page 178 and is really enjoying the Pumpkin Spice Cafe. That does seem a popular one this year. And went to sleep. So, yes, hopefully we'll see you around later. Hey, Anne, you made it back. How'd it go? There were 4 seniors there at lunchtime. Okay, you ordered pizza and they just talked. And you're going to do this regularly. I think that's great. Yeah, it sounds like it's needed. So hopefully that was super helpful. Did you help like guide the conversation or work things out? I think that's so nice that you went. And Nikki, really enjoyed your first sprint. You're welcome. I'm so glad you could be here. Oh, yes, it's 9 p.m. where you are. Okay, yes. So have a lovely evening as well and hope to see you again sometime. Paul just worked fixing dinner. Nice. What are you having for dinner today, Paul? Teresa, no reading. Okay, you ate and did household chores. Yep. Next sprint, all reading. Yay. Denise finished cooking, ate, cleaned up the mess. Okay, another load in the washer, going to read. Yep, okay. Everybody's going back to reading sprint this round. Sherry finished off another book and started the laundry. Again, we're all doing the laundry today. Oh, you just finished the chapter for Mysteries of Paris. I did that earlier today. Good on us, Story. Look at us like keeping up this month. Partially because this book is definitely better than the last. I think one of the better ones of the ones that we've had recently, because it's like all plot and story. Though today's chapter wasn't as good. But I like that he's sticking to the story now. And it's also really helpful because we're back to like the short chapters that like we started with. All of those things I feel like are working really well. So yeah, so I'm feeling good about this book. And Denise, yes, I don't think I've answered any other questions because no one has asked them. Can I tell you about my degree in professional life? I have not already answered that. So yeah, so I left off talking about where I went to college. So I did mention I was going to talk about my degree because I've been asked about that numerous times. So I actually went to college, which was a question that somebody asked was where did I go to college and what did I go to college for and what my degree was in. Those last two answers are not the same thing. I actually went to college, as I liked to say in high school, because I wanted to be a vegetarian. No, I went to college to be a veterinarian. So I actually started in the science school, the animal science school, as a pre-vet major. So I was in a program that the pathway was to get you into vet school. I took one semester of classes and was like, I'm not doing that. I loved animals. I still love animals. There's a teeny tiny small fraction of me that still wishes I had become a veterinarian, and the rest of me does not regret skipping all of those science classes. I just realized that I did not like science enough to torture myself for the next 4 years to pass those classes that I had zero interest in, regardless of the end goal, if that made sense. So I went home winter break and reassessed my entire life and went back, switched majors, and I got my degree as a Bachelor's of Arts and Science in English. Shock to no one. And so my concentration was actually 18th century British Lit. So just before basically the Victorian period, 1700s. So the poetry was like the Romantic period where you have all those long epic British poems. And my favorite time period though was the end of that. So outside the Romantic area, what a lot of people are calling like the Regency period, but at least when I was studying it was like the Enlightenment period is what it was typically called. But you had things like Jonathan Swift and Gulliver's Travel. You had Mary Wollstonecraft's writing. You had Tom Jones was written during that time period, Pamela, Clarissa, a lot of Moll Flanders, a lot of books that a lot of people don't tend to read, especially on BookTube. Like you might hear them here and there, but I absolutely loved them. That time period is known for being like very bawdy, very witty, very like comical, as much as you would sometimes have somebody try and write a serious work of fiction, there was just a lot of satire making fun of things. You had a lot of people reading books out loud, which is why I frequently recommend to get audiobooks of those, including the fact that sentences and capitalization was not standardized. And sometimes publishers feel like, let's reprint it how they wrote it. And I was like, no, don't do that, because it's like reprinting it in a slightly different language because you have to like decode what that particular author was using as like capitalization and punctuation. Um, and you get used to it, but it can make it tricky going from one book to the next. But anyway, that was me. That was my degree. And then my professional life, I'll answer in a couple of minutes. Please remind me if I forget. But that is very, very different than everything up to that point in my life. So it's been interesting and fun. And Lynn made it to 15% into your book while attempting to organize your desk. Good. I love organizing a lot. It's so satisfying. Like the endorphins kick off. Amber Lee had a lunch sprint, leftover tomato soup. Ooh, tomato and grilled cheese sounds amazing. Oh, and exciting weekend happenings is we finally found a good pizza place here, which seems like shouldn't be a big deal because we're in a college town. There's lots of pizza places here. And so far, they've all been like, oh, this is your pizza, huh? Okay. Um, admitted, I'm picky about my pizza. I grew up in upstate New York. New York is known for its own style of pizza. My husband grew up in Chicago. They're known for their own style of pizza. We both go home to our families and revel in those style of pizzas. In here, there's not neither of those styles. We're not really sure what's happening with the pizza. But anyway, and laundry. Yes, always laundry. And Jackie made it to 21% on Wealth of Shadows. Nice. Glad you're enjoying it. His main loves the guitar. Yes, while he dabbles on the bass. That is like the usual way. Yeah. So he would definitely be one of those people who my husband would be like, he's a guitar player playing the bass. Okay. And if your husband wants a hint, it's the way they hold the bass that gives it away every single time, as well as how they play it in general. And KRT, you'll need to go soon, but this has been great. Oh, 58%. Very nice. Well, if you're gone by the end of the next sprint or before we go to the sprint, thanks for joining. It's been great having you here. And thank you for commenting. And I hope you have a great day and week. And Sue, Birds Aren't Real is all about conspiracy theories. Oh, it's about conspiracy theories in general. Oh, that sounds really cool, Sue. Is it good? Are you liking it so far? And you forgot the egg roll in a bowl. Oh no. Did you make something else, Paul? I'm all excited for you. Yes, and Storm agrees the book has gone way better. Yeah, like the last book that we were reading in the Mysteries of Paris guys, it was rough. It was so rough. It was just like it was really like what should have just been one chapter drawn out over what felt like over 100 pages. Like, let me know if you agree with that, Storm. But I feel like it should have been like 15 page chapter, and like that was it. And going tomorrow and maybe Wednesday. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so doing it again, like as an over the multiple times over the next, or not multiple times, but multiple times, like once a day for the next couple of days. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, that's so sad. That's sad that they're so like frightened and terrified, but I get it. There's a lot of strange things going on. Well, hopefully, talking it through, strength in numbers. And Paul made it to chapter 10. Nice. And you made okay. I thought you were saying that like you had forgotten to make it. And yeah, it was torture. Neither of us know what happened in that particular thing, but it was not good. It was not our favorite. And you'll have to look for Birds Aren't Real. I know, doesn't that sound interesting? Yeah, I could totally see you reading that too, Anne. All right. Well, that is the last comment that I can see for now. Let's go ahead and jump into another sprint. I have snacked and stretched and done all the things, so I'm ready to tackle the last bathroom. That should be relatively quick because it's an unused bathroom, like it's the bathroom that my son would use when he's here. So it's pretty much just making sure that it's dust free. All right, there's the hour. So happy sprinting and whatever you're doing during this time, and I will see you all in an hour. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go that round? Mine went really well. What was I doing? I did do the bathroom like I said I was going to. It was very quick, very easy. Like I mentioned, it's just basically keeping the dust off everything up there. So I did that real quickly, got the last load of laundry in the dryer. Did I do that? I did something with the wash. And yeah, grabbed a quick snack and then spent pretty much the rest of that time reading Drood. It's going really well. I am now on page 552, so I have about 20 pages left to go. So I think during this next sprint, um, I should probably get to that. I don't know. It's always kind of unsure this time of day because my husband will probably be coming home at some point during the next sprint. So hopefully I will get this done in the next sprint, but I should definitely get it done in the next sprint or two, at least if I get a decent amount of reading done during that time. So that is pretty much what I will be working on the rest of this evening until it's done. And then I will probably check in with my to-do list and see if there's anything else, like 4 more things I want to try and attempt the rest of this night. But I'm guessing that that was like my last set of things that I was going to get done, is what I'm trying to say. So we are back in the living room for the evening and just going to be cozy in here reading. I'll probably move about the room as I feel. I'll probably turn on some more lights as it starts to get dark early now. And yeah, let me know how you guys did during that sprint. Let's check it out. Hey, Elena, how are you doing? Elena said hi to Paul. You're finishing on working on your books for a review. Okay, sounds good. And someone gave you strong man. Oh, it explains how men become dictators. Oh, that sounds really fascinating. Which that is interesting to think about. I mean, do men become dictators and women don't because men are more likely to become dictators? Or is it just because we've had, mainly men as world leaders? Like, that would be something interesting to explore. But yeah, how do people become dictators? Like, I feel like I have some idea. And maybe you should have majored in history and poli-sci instead of psychology. I don't know, Anne, because I feel like there's still part of you that's interested in the psychology of how someone would become a dictator. That would be my thinking, so I don't know. Hey, Ricardo, how are you? We were just talking about you earlier today. I know a couple people were worried about whether or not you were okay because of all the flooding that went on. And like we all knew the last time you were talking, or that some of us saw you on sprints, you were like, we're getting torrential downpours here. So I'm glad to see you're on. I'm hoping that means you're okay and that you guys didn't get any of the horrible flooding or anything. You're about to have dinner and get some reading done and join the next chatty bit. Well, yay, glad to have you here. It's so good to see you. And Sue said, yeah, it is an interesting book. Oops, I'm shaking things, sorry. Hey, Essie, will you consider hosting or attending an in-person bookish meetup? I would, yeah. I am actually going to my in-person book club here. And I'm hoping there is a local bookstore here that also does a silent book club. But thus far, I haven't been in town, or I've had other appointments every single time they've had one since being here and I found out about it. So yeah, and then at some point I would love to do a meetup. I don't know when. It's definitely not going to happen this year, but sometime next year it would be really fun to like try and do some meetup. I'll probably do it sometime where my husband's in some city for a meeting and I have nothing else to do while I'm there. That would be my plan. But we will see. And it was good. And just wondering, I'm sprinting until 9 o'clock, Paul. So I will be here for a few more hours still if you're looking for some more reading. And my computer's set up weird. And so I feel like every time I touch it, it's like I might fall off. Anyway, Dina, missed the chatty bit. Oh, you missed the last chatty bit? Had to grab your girls from school and then jump start the car. Oh, no. And now reading Assassin's Apprentice until dinner. Okay, well, I'm glad it sounds like things are back to normal. Hopefully, well, I'm sure if you were able to jumpstart your car, that he'll just have to ride around. But that's never like a fun moment when you're like, is the car gonna start? And ordered birds aren't real. Nice winter is coming. Your time of hibernation. I know. Hibernation for all. Did I mention that my winter plan this year is to stop drinking coffee over the winter and turn full blow in for hot chocolate? That's the winter plan. I keep forgetting to buy hot chocolate when I go to the grocery store, but I'm working on it. But so far, like we've gone into like third late summer recently, and it's been like back in the 70s after playing with me and being like in the low 60s. I was here for that. And Jackie was able to feed the dogs and make dinner and got to 30% in your book. Nice. Lynn got another 8% read and had some dinner. Wonderful. Hey, Metzley, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. It's good to see you. Nice to have you here this evening. Hey, Emily, how are you doing? Good to see you too. Working on 11/22/63. How are you liking it? It's a huge book, but I know a lot of people like it. Yes, thank you for the congratulations. I feel like I've been seeing all the friends today, so thanks for stopping in. Yes, it's so fun to have been on BookTube a year, and you do. I don't believe it, Everly. Like, what's going on with the laundry over there? I just like am imagining you with stacks and stacks of piles. I know that feeling. Like, I don't think I've mentioned it, but I've only done 2 loads of laundry. That's all I'm working on today. And I've been doing laundry now for what feels like hours, mainly because, oh, I was super confused. So I can see out into my backyard to like the side yard. And my neighbor has like privacy trees all the way except for this one little corner. And in that one little corner, I can see like about a yard or two of like through their yard to the street. And I just saw walking by this dog. And I was like, there's a dog walking by on the sidewalk all by itself, like an older dog. And it was like about halfway through where I could see it. And I was gonna start questioning like, where's its owner? And then its owner came into the picture, and it turned out it was on a very, 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 very long, like, extendable leash. And yeah, anyway, distracted. But yeah, I've been trying to get my laundry done as well, Amberly. Squirrel. Alicia's still here lurking. Okay. Got some Halloween decor away. Good job. I know you were working on that. Checked on the little one again. Picked up the other little one from school. I know. I was going to say, where was the afternoon check-in to pick up the kid? And tidied up a few things and ordered some things on Amazon. Nice. Getting your stuff done. Teresa finished a chapter in No Name, switched to nonfiction, The White Darkness. Ooh, sounds good. It sounds spooky for nonfiction. Alicia will have to figure out dinner in the next sprint and finally get to read. Yay! Reading time is coming. And Jamie took Colin the kitten, cute name, Jamie. All your cats' names are cute, to the shelter so he can find his own humans. Oh, good luck, Colin the kitten. You can do it. And got to page 188 in your arc. Nice. Hello, Julia. How are you? Yes, you made it home from work before 5. Yay! High five. And you're cycling through 4 books. Okay. And now on a book of essays. Oh, okay. Nice. All right. Well, good luck with that. Hope you get some unwinding and relaxing time this evening. Amberly went outside with the dog again, read a few pages. Nice, nice, nice. Elena got 316 pages and 41 chapters read and 86% into your book. Very nice. Denise read to page 21, or read 21 pages rather. Ooh, 5 more chapters till you finish. Or to your next read from the library bookshelf. Oh, nice. Fun. Okay, Metzley, you won't be reading. That's fine. Finishing homework is good. Oh, you need an idea you need to know about a topic for an essay. I have no essay topic ideas. You could go with the how people become dictators. Right, your own thoughts on that. Elena is getting closer, maybe, or we'll finish for the next sprint. Sounds like a good plan. Sounds doable. Christy is less than 100 pages left. Yay! I know. It's I had those feelings too towards the end, and yeah, just so many thoughts, so many thoughts. And Christina, hey Christina, back again. Are we hydrating? I am, but I'm feeling thirsty, so I need to hydrate some more apparently. You got to page 200. Oh, you're getting close. Almost there. A rearranged part of the living room. Nice. And the flooding didn't reach your town. Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah, I don't remember whose sprints that was on that you were talking about the crazy rains, but nothing dangerous. Okay. Though some parts, I know, that's what somebody was saying. That is so sad. That's so awful when that happens. Yeah, it sounds like it was just horrible, horrible rain that you guys got. I'm so sorry for all those people there. And Amber Lee, we're only two adults in this house. I know. Well, sometimes it's also the setting because, like I said, I've also been doing laundry half the day, and it's only two loads. I think it's just that, like the wash. I, I don't even know. I can't even come up with an excuse as to why it's taking the laundry that long. Metzley's doing great. It's been busy, okay, and you're free now and needed to get back to reading. Yay! Well, hey, I hope it's been good, fun, busy. And Jackie was saying to Emily that you loved 11/22/63. The movie was disappointing. Well, compared to the books, aren't they always a little bit at least? Yeah. And Emily's enjoying it. Okay, you're about 1/4 of the way through, so you're doing it. Let's do 10 minutes. 10 minutes of what, Elena? And the beginning is creepy since it's set in, Derry, the locale of it. Ooh. I mean, it is a Stephen King, right? So, has anybody read Wuthering Heights? Oh, yes, I have, Ricardo, but not for a really long time. And yeah, I'm still questioning why people love it as much as they do. Because I was like, I hate them, every single one. That's my only reflection on the book. What are your thoughts so far? Christina's getting potatoes ready for the oven. Having them baked with chili and cheese. Ooh, that sounds good. A good idea. Oh, yeah, you really don't have any more ideas. Well, there you go. You're welcome. It was a book topic that came up that somebody mentioned. And Emily is drinking an apple wheat beer. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, refreshing. Nice fall vibes going on. And Christina, I didn't realize you still haven't finished it. Yes, Christina, you need to, finish it. Do some Mortal Kombat with that. 10 minutes for the reading sprint. We'll hardly get any reading done. Yeah. I do. You were right. He sets most of his books. Oh, okay. I did not know that. I don't even know where that area is. And Teresa was saying to Ricardo that you've read it and also don't get why people enjoy it. Yes, exactly, Teresa. I was like, what is this telling me about the people who said that to me? And they're like, I love this relationship. And I was like, girl, let's have a talk. Like, what? Like, this doesn't spell good things for your future. Like, what? And so far, you've only read the first chapter. Your cousin said she didn't like it at all, so you decided to give it a try. Yeah, it's not that it's a bad book. It's just that you hate everyone in it. Like, it's toxic everythingity. No. Read it. Yes, read it. Give me your opinion. I'd like to know. I will also be questioning you if you think it's a great romance. Just don't view it as a great romance. I think that's what ruined the book for me. It didn't even ruin the book. It just made me like question everything in life. Was because people were like, my favorite romance is in Wuthering Heights. And I don't see anything romantic about that. So I do want to reread it at some point and go into it just as a blank slate without any expectations of what I think it's supposed to be. So do that. You'll probably be fine. I want to hear your thoughts, Ricardo. Your potatoes were great last week. Yes, love a good potato. It's only your third King book. Oh, okay. You read it and Carrie, okay, in the late 80s when you were in eighth grade. And then the mini series with Tim Curry came out. Oh, okay. I see. It's not a book you'd want to base. Right. Exactly. Exactly. That was my thought. I was like, just so many side thoughts. Oh, okay, in Maine. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Christina. Because I was like, I don't know where that is, but interesting that he has a place. But Maine makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. All right, that was the little timer thing. This is a good time to go back into another sprint. I am going to try and get some more reading done before hubby comes home, and we'll see how that goes. And that's pretty much my one and only goal for this sprint is to get some more reading done. So I will see you guys in an hour. Hello and welcome back. Let me turn down this super bright light and maybe change the color. There we go. It's looking a little better. Anyway, how did that sprint go for everybody? Mine went well. I did finish all the reading that I wanted to do today in Druid, so that is good. I feel like I am on track for a good reading month. We'll see what actually happens the rest of the time. But it was nice. I did get a nice chunk of cozy reading in, and I did something else. I switched the wash to the dryer. I don't know what's going on with my laundry. It's confusing me. But I did that. And fortunately, I did get through all of it before my husband came home because sure enough, he wanted to come home and chat. He's like way more extroverted than am. So I'm always like, oh, okay, he's going to want to talk. Right. Okay, talk. People, human beings like to be talked to. So he always thinks it's so hilarious that like I can do all day sprints. He was like, how do you manage that? Like, it's a lot of talking in one day for me, not gonna lie. But I was like, I mentally prepare like all day Saturday for it. And then, yeah. Anyway, let me go see how you guys did during that sprint. We are doing good on time here. Let's see. Christina reminding us to pause for hydration. Today's mug is the Library of Congress out of print card mug. I love this. And yes, it does actually, if I can get the glare not to show, have like the author and title and borrower's name. I love that mug. And it's really like a nice drinking mug too. Sue listened to a chapter and having popcorn. Ooh, yum, yum. Love a good bowl of popcorn and finished your laundry. Good job. A lot of us are working towards that. And now it's the dishes, and you agree on Wuthering Heights. Yes. And Essie, hello, hello. Yes, again. You found good pizza. Yes, yes. Also, find good Asian restaurant. That is actually hard for me to do, Essie. I have a really bad shellfish allergy. I feel like all shellfish allergies are pretty bad, though. And it's really tricky. I have to like really be able to like sit there and list to whoever's making the food all the possible things that shellfish could be in, because most people think, well, like there's no shrimp in it or clams or anything obvious, you should be fine. But then I have to go through all the other variations of things that shellfish can come up in. And then if they don't know what their sauce is made out of, I'm like, forget it. So Teresa listened to the adventures of Sherlock Holmes working in the kitchen. Ooh, sloppy joes for dinner and trying to pack all your food for tomorrow. Oh, you're an election judge. Well, good luck with that, Teresa. And, may the force be with you. But thank you for doing that service. And hopefully it will not be an insane one tomorrow. Good on you for being willing to do that, though. This has to be satire. You couldn't find it listed as anything except nonfiction conspiracy theories. Oh, I love that you're like, this has got to be satire. I would guess no. I'm glad it's fun though, Sue. I would imagine it would be, because I would imagine that some of the things are just, I mean, isn't that the time period where the whole like tin hat thing came into play in parlance? And Ricardo read 30 pages, made hibiscus tea. Nice. Sounds really cozy, Ricardo. And Jackie's back to reading Icebound. Okay, got through 55 more pages. Ooh, yeah, that does sound like a quick read. Okay, you make good work of that. And we read 21 pages, scrolled some YouTube. Sounds good. Julia's now 2 chapters away from finishing. Ooh, a very short. Oh, is it one of those like little, like, what is it, Barnes and Nobles who sells them? Like the little books that have like the multiple colors on it? And ask me about the culture, the culture industry and negative dialect. All right, you're on it. You know all about it now. You're ready for that critical theory. And Christy is on 278 out of 324. Ooh, yeah, you do have a good chance of finishing tonight. Yeah, it's what, 7 o'clock. So we should have like 2 more sprints. And how do you guys want to do it? Do you want to do an hour sprint and then what will maybe be like a 30, 45-minute sprint? Do you want to just see how many 45-minute sprints we can get in? Probably 2. Let me know. And Lynn have another 12% read. Nice. Yay, you finished another chapter halfway through. Yeah, good progress. And you have the same problem with wheat. Yes, yes. Right, exactly. Right. Yeah. That is what I'm realizing with this food allergy is that people think like, I'm sure people think with you, like, if it's not literally a strip of wheat or something that starts with the word wheat, then you're good. And yeah, it's the sauces that are doing me in, Teresa. I am totally with you on this. I'm like, no, is that fish sauce, oyster sauce? Did you crunch up some like mackerels or sardines or what are the other little tiny fish thingies? Like, did you put that in your sauce as well? What do you mean you don't actually know you don't have the, jarred thing anymore? And like, yeah, all those like little like stir fry soy sauce make at home kit things. I can't buy the kits. My husband's calling me, even though he knows I'm sprinting. I'm gonna tell him to text me. And then and yeah, like if I can't see a label that just says no shellfish in it, I'm like, no, we don't know what's in this. That's the truth. Denise only read 6 pages. Hey, some pages is still some pages. Played some solitaire, put the clean sheets on the bed. Ooh, that always feels nice, doesn't it? Arranged to meet for a marketplace sale. That sounds fun. I need to take a quick trip to the store. All right, sounds good. I know, Anne. That's what I'm like. I'm like show let us clap right now for Teresa for taking one for the team and doing the good thing because yeah, my husband used to do that and he is not sorry that he can't do it this year. Elena is going for 10 minutes. We're not going to do a 10-minute sprint. And Anne's trying to finish the Mary Trump biography. Nice. And 60 for the first. Sounds good. Teresa's not too worried. Our area isn't too violent. Yeah, I don't even think I'm worrying about the violence. I'm just thinking about like just how like grouchy people are going to be, or not even grouchy, just like anxious and frustrated and even on a good day in a normal year, my husband was like, it can still get a lot. So, but yes, I hope that people are like very relaxed and laid back and just go home. That's all you need to do. And you'll finish in 4 minutes. Very nice. And yes, yes. Thank you for your work for sure. It is hard work during any year to do any election stuff. It's a lot of organizing and early mornings. I'm not an early morning person, so even that you get points for. Okay, my husband's texting me now. Let's see what he needs to know. What? He was going out to get us a snack, and the place he was going to closed. They were literally just open this weekend. I'm I'm so confused. I'm so, I'm so confused. No wonder he was texting me. Okay, we're gonna have to discuss that when he gets back because that's weird. Anyway, oh yes, Caesar dressing, yes, is made with the sardines, right? So if you have a shellfish allergy, you can't eat Caesar dressing or salad. FYI, if you're still eating that, that's why you're having problems. And I used to have that every single week, and I knew that sardines are in Caesar salad dressing and that sardines are a shellfish allergy, but out of habit, after learning I was allergic, there was still like a month and a half where I continued to eat Caesar salad every single week until finally one day I was like, wait a second, I can't eat this. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, it's things like that that trip people up. And Teresa, the last election was slow, so you got lots of reading in. Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, it may be, but I don't know. A lot of people have voted early, so maybe if you're in a small area and that happened, it may still be slow. And yay, you finished your book, Christina. You got the living room all rearranged and put back together. Yay, yay, yay. And supper will be ready in a few minutes. Ooh, all the good things. Well, good job, Christina. That's like A++ on all sorts of levels. Yeah, see, 5 a.m. Oh, and then you get home by 9 p.m. Exactly. We were in one of those districts where my husband worked where like they almost always did recounts I don't know why, because almost every single year they would like have to hand count or recount or do some sort of extra count type of thing. And it never changed anything. And there was never any huge difference. So I don't know why they kept doing that, but they did. And yeah, but it usually meant that they were there until midnight. Yeah. And they're at 5 a.m. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good job to Christina. Oh, yes. You wanted to know about my professional life. That's right. Thank you for the reminder, Denise. Okay. So you have heard where I went to college. You heard what I went to college for, what I majored in. So, right, I mentioned I went for English. And my plan was to teach high school English. And I wanted to work in inner city schools, or particularly not even inner city schools, but with at risk kids, which is like at the time was a very specific definition of what it meant to be at risk. And it could be at risk for anything. And I did do that. So I graduated. I did a year-long like internship type of program, but ended up teaching middle school math. Crazy thing. That was what they needed. That is what I taught. They had a very specific outlined like curriculum, and I was like, okay. I mean, thanks to animal science, I had taken a lot of math classes, but it was not what I was planning, but it was a step in the right direction. I was teaching, which is what I wanted to do. I went from there to teaching in a reading center, charter school type style, after like a random job at KeyBank for a while, like for 6 months as an intern, or not an intern, as a temp. And then I, after that, worked for a reading center, then was director for the center. And then I had my son while I was teaching high school. At that point, I was teaching high school English. Did that for about a year and a half, got pregnant, had my son, and then stayed home for the next 18 years. But during that time, I also did some other things. I was the director of a pregnancy center for a while. I also was a director for a choir at our parish for some time. What else did I do? I was an instructor. I did all sorts of other things. So, but I taught for basically the first 5 or 6 years out of college. I taught English. Somewhere between middle school and high school, except for that 1 year was middle school math. And I really enjoyed it, but I walked away from that being like, I don't know that I'd go back into teaching, because my favorite part wasn't actually teaching my lessons. It was either making the lessons or working with my students. And the one thing I found in high school is that for some reason, I apparently came off as a very approachable person, and all my students would spill their guts to me. Like, and we had counselors. But they'd come to me and they'd be like, "Miss, I need to talk to somebody. I think I'm pregnant." What? Why are you telling me this? I just wanted to know if you did your homework. So I wouldn't say that to them. I would listen and encourage them to go and talk to the counselor about talking to their parents about this, and et cetera, et cetera. Maybe that's why I ended up working in a pregnancy center, because I had a lot of pregnant students, or students who thought they got someone pregnant, or students who were having issues. It was a lot. It was a lot, but I loved it. So yeah, so my last job was as a director at a pregnancy center. I did that for, I don't even know how long, a year and change, almost 2 years by the time we moved. And yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do next. I'm thinking about starting my own business, but I don't know if I really want to do that. So I'm like, maybe I'll just join somebody else's business, because that seems like significantly less pay, but also less work. So we'll see. But yeah, that's what my professional life has been like. And reading has been involved in all aspects of it. I've always loved reading, and I loved encouraging my students to read. And yeah, so that is my crazy professional life, if you will. It has been a mishmash of all the things. And you know, some people who waited 2 hours to vote today. Oh my goodness. Well, good for them. Good for them. We went to vote on Saturday. Unfortunately, the lines weren't too bad. And Denise voted on Wednesday with her hubby. Sounds like he ate his snack and your snack on the way and had to excuse. I'm going to tell him you said that, Ricardo. Be like, Ricardo thinks you just ate my food and then they closed and he couldn't buy more, right? Cherie has 30% left in the book. You're determined to finish. You can do it. And Emily has off tomorrow. Yep, you'll be voting then. Oh, we've had some similar career paths. You also wanted to be a vegetarian when you went to college? I don't know if you heard that joke earlier, Emily. And it has to be at church at 8. Okay, you're keeping the church open. Oh, that's so nice. That's good, Anne. Well, I hope that goes well. I'm sure it'll be a help to lots of people. And if you are chosen to deliver ballots, it's also much later. Oh, yeah, I can't even imagine that part. Thank you, Teresa. I hope I was. My students usually eventually liked me. I was very strict, so they didn't like me right away, but they would eventually like me. I have thought about opening a used bookstore with some baked goods on the side and coffee and tea and all the things. There is a used bookstore here that I feel like is owned by this one guy and is only open late in the evening because I think it's his second job. And I've been tempted to go in there and still may and be like, I'd work for you if you want to keep it open during the daytime. But I don't know if he's making enough money to like employ someone, if that makes sense. Oh, and thank you. Yes, yes. Don't tell me you're pregnant though, Ricardo. There's counselors for that. And let Anne know. And Teresa voted last Sunday and no lines. Oh, yeah. Okay. And you're in the capital of Illinois. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So which is not Chicago, guys. Okay. Okay. Somebody was about to say that. Because my husband talks about that all the time. But anyway, so yeah, well, hopefully it goes well. I know somebody else earlier this week was like, "Oh, America, we're all rooting for you," because yeah. Oh my gosh, and my poor husband, he was talking about all his kids are like all stressed out and like super anxious and stuff, and so much anxiety. I just feel bad for people. And Ricardo's debating if you want to vote next election. No party seems to solve any important issue. I I'm pretty sure, Ricardo, that everyone worldwide feels sad about their world leaders, which is a mystery. Maybe we all need to read that book about how people become dictators. Oh, but then you're one who says if you don't vote, you shouldn't complain. You love complaining. Oh, well, then you better go vote for somebody, Ricardo. I'm going to remind you of that after your elections there. Be like, Ricardo, did you vote? Because I hear you complaining. And Teresa, don't think you could be a child. I can't even imagine. Oh, yeah, no, I couldn't. I'd have to be in some like backwater place where like the 4 people coming in to vote were all my neighbors and I knew them and like we were all cool. And Alicia finished dinner. Yay. Hope it was good. I'm sure it was because I know that's like one of your favorite go to things. So all right. Well, let's go ahead and go back into our sprint. Hopefully, hubby will come home with some food and every place hasn't mysteriously closed while he's out. And in the meantime, I am going to go back to reading. I'm going to get ahead in my book a little bit and relax. Oh, I was filling out my little 5-year journal that I got from the botanical garden while I was in Chicago this past month, which seems so long ago. It was literally just 30 days ago, and it feels like it was 5,000 years ago. But anyway, and yeah, you have the pregnant belly. Oh my gosh, Ricardo. Oh, that's cruel. Don't say that about yourself. Alicia, it is indeed. It's a chicken voila. Oh. Now would you say that? I think I know which one you're talking about. And I do see approachable. Thank you. Thank you. They certainly seem so. Like, this looks like somebody I should approach with my, like, life issues and disclose everything that's ever happened to me. I mean, I did sometimes ask questions that apparently were leading questions into, like, divulging all your secrets, but that wasn't my intent. I was literally just asking a question. Anyway, I've got an hour on a clock. We will sprint for the next hour because I think that's what somebody said. I think the only person who mentioned time said 60 minutes, right? Let me go back and look because only one person said anything about time. And if they said a different time, I don't want to go with another time. Does that make sense? Can I even find it? Yeah, and he said 60 minutes. So that's what we're going to do. All right, I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy reading, sprinting, doing whatever you're doing. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. How did your sprint go? I've got one light on and not the other. Is that bothering anybody else? Like, it's not even. I've got to fix it. Anyway, how did your sprint go? What did you do? I took that sprint to eat. I also did a little micro organizing in my bedroom. I had, as I was decluttering those boxes in the hallway earlier today, I found some smaller boxes with lids and realized that those would be perfect for using in my bedroom. Like I have a very small amount of jewelry that I never wear that I probably need to get rid of, but I keep pretending that one day I'll put some on. And so it's my like pretend jewelry for those days I want to cosplay someone who wears jewelry and be that person. Then I dress up like them and throw some jewelry on. And so I needed to organize that slightly just because I had it still in one of those big bankers boxes that I moved with. And these were smaller boxes. But in going through that, I realized, wait, why is this in here with that? Look what I found. I found my little box of, can you see what it says? The Smell of the Moon. This is perfume. There was a Kickstarter done of it that was literally put together to smell like the moon. So it's not like made as a cologne literally to like just smell good. It's literally to smell exactly like the moon, because it never occurred to me before until I saw the Kickstarter for this, but the moon actually smells like something. And so does space, and space smells different than the moon. My mind was blown. I bought both. I got the space one for my neighbor. Her son, when he was 4, passed away quite a few years ago. And he was really into outer space, wanted to grow up and be an astronaut. So she still has like a room decorated for him with the space theme. And so when I saw that, I gave it to her for one of, I think for Christmas or for his birthday, because I knew, I told her I knew it was something that her son would have wanted and that she could spray it in the room and enjoy it with him as she thinks about him. And for myself, I got the Smell of the Moon. I will say the smell of space is better. The smell of space is like a weird scent with a slight essence of orange. The Smell of the Moon is like weird. It smells better now, actually, as this has aged and dried out. How sad. It's spilled, guys. Now I definitely have to keep it. Look, my jar is empty. This is sadness now. I'm so upset. It's all gone. No wonder my box looks beat up. But I'm confused. Where did it spill? It had to have been during the move. It must have leaked out. That's so sad. Last time I pack a perfume, it still smells like it, but the moon smells like, the best I can describe it is one, not something you'd spray on yourself, in case you're wondering. But it has a little hint of some sort of weird spice and warm rubber, like warm rubber tires. Not burnt rubber, but like the smell that is left behind after somebody has burnt rubber, like sped off in their cars and left tire marks on the ground, and like that warm rubber smell. That's kind of what the moon apparently smells like. That's the closest that I could come up with. But then there's some other fragrances mixed in there with that. Anyway, wow, tangent. But I'm really sad that that spilled. And I'm going to have to keep the like bent up box now because I'm sad now because I don't even think you can buy it anymore. And if you can, I think it's like way more expensive than what I bought it for. Anyway, Emily said it was fun to see my Chicago video. Oh, you grew up in a suburb of Chicago. Nice. What suburb did you grow up in? If you want to share, you don't have to. Alicia agreed with Essie. Thank you, Alicia. And yay, Elena, you finished your book. Good job. And okay, good. I'm glad 60 minutes was good, Alicia, because that's what we did. Oh, and Emily and Teresa are in a similar area. Nice. You live by ISU. Okay. Is that Illinois Southern University? Is that right? And Anne worked with kids who were admitted to the psych unit. Okay, yeah. You found lots of times you were counseling parents more than the kids. Yeah, I can definitely see that because it's usually the parents that are landing their kids there. And yes, we talked about that maybe on Krista Sprints or here. Okay. If you ever have a meetup, yeah, you can travel together or take a train to Chicago. That would be fun. Yeah, and I was thinking if I ever did a meetup, that's probably where I would do it is in Chicago. Because I already know a couple of people in Chicago, and then yeah, some of the rest of you are there, unless I did it somewhere totally random. Hey Chris, how are you doing today? And see, they haven't mentioned tin hats. That is surprising. Like, how surprising is that? They did go through all the presidents, which was hilarious. Oh my gosh. Okay, now I want to read this. Now that I know that like the book is gonna be like funny. And you're vegan and don't eat out because no one can. Yeah, I can totally understand that. Up until about a year or two ago, I would like try and be vegan. Basically, like I just started saying I'd be vegan once a year for a couple of months. Um, and yeah, that I think is the main thing that I kept having issues with because I was trying to do a plant-based diet, not so much vegan. But I noticed that like it's almost impossible to go out to eat, Sue, because they're like, I don't know. I'm like, how can you not know if there's animal products in this? Like that seems fairly basic to me. Ricardo finished chapter 3. Nice. I'm just gonna move on. Oh, Chris is finding it hard to read right now. Oh, I know, Chris. So many people are so anxious. Oh, I hope you start feeling better. And just started doing your rowing. Oh, nice. I didn't know you rowed. And yes, hello's going around. Nice, nice, nice. And you've been on sprint for most of the day. Oh, but it won't let you post. Oh, that's weird. Huh. And it's happened to other people. That's really weird. Well, I'm glad you're able to post now. Hopefully that doesn't keep happening to you. Hey, Jean, how are you doing? I hope you're well. And Jamie done with work. Yay, Jamie, hello. Got home from voting. Oh, nice. Listened to the audiobook of House of Eve. Ooh, while driving. And now you're switching to your physical read night film. Nice. I hope you enjoy it and get to relax this evening. And Cherie didn't read a page, watched a little TV and scrolled TikTok. Oh yeah, I was finishing my time by watching something on my phone. I didn't read that sprint at all either. And hey, Anna, how are you? I'm glad you made it before the end as well. And we still have one sprint left. So yay. You just finished work and you've been reading The Exorcist in between calls. Okay. Is that what you feel like you're doing? Do you need some inspiration? Oh my gosh. Ricardo, you read more and started The Flood. Nice. So far enjoying both. Great. And hello to Anna and Ricardo. Ooh, Lynn has 10 minutes left. Wow, you really like made progress in that today. Yeah, do continue. You'll be done in a sec. And Christina finished supper, now watching a movie. Ooh, what movie, Christina? Amberly got laundry. Yay! You're on to the last step. I put away the first load of laundry. I got to put away the second load. And you vacuumed the house and now putting dinner together and trying to stay busy to fight the anxiety. I hear that. And I just realized I'm rubbing my hands in my hair as I always do, but now my hair is going to smell like the moon. I guess something should. I feel like I should like rub this on me to remember it by. I'm so sad that spilled. And you saw me sprinting yesterday, I believe, and you were at work but couldn't join. This was to Anna, not to me. I caught that. Messily missed the last chat. Oh, well, I hope you're here for this one, but you finished your homework. Yay! Got to read a little. Ooh, nice. I'm glad you got to read. Yes. Hello to Christina. Ooh, you made it to page 192 in night film. Nice job, Jamie. Sorry to hear that Ricardo couldn't join. Yes, I know. Hope work is going well. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, thank you again, Metzley. Yeah, and for all his friends, yeah, I've had a great time with them too. So I'm happy to do them. Remember back at the beginning of the summer where I was like, I'm just doing 9 to 9 for the summer. Yeah, we're just going to continue until I'm tired of going this late. But it works better now that like my son's not here. So probably from the end of December to mid-January while he is here, we probably will have shorter sprints, but then we'll get back to it after the holidays. But we'll see. We're not going to worry about that for now. Alicia got the kiddos to bed. Oh, you're a little one. Oh, I'm so glad that she's feeling better. Oh, yeah, a reset day. Probably just exhausted. Oh, good. I'm glad she's feeling better. You got some reading done. Only 10 pages left. You can do it. And yes, how does it smell to Alicia? Hey, does the moon smell like cheese? It does not. It does not. It should. No, it smells like I can't even describe it. It's like it's weird though, guys. Like it is a really weird scent. And apparently, like that's partially why they've made it into perfumes and colognes. Because apparently the astronauts have had access to this for a while, which makes sense. And that part of astronaut training is they actually have to expose them to what space and the moon smell like. Because they said otherwise, what they found is the astronauts get up there and then they start doing checks because they think there's something wrong. Which I could definitely see, especially with the moon, because it really smells like rubber. And I would literally get into space and smell that and be like, something's burning rubber and like something's on fire or something. Like not a smoky fire scent, but I would think like something's about to catch on fire because I'm smelling the smell of man-made objects getting warm. That's what the moon smells like. I know, so sad. I don't think there is a crack in the bottle, Alicia. I think it must not just be a super secure lid because when I look at the like box, I don't know how much it's going to show up. See at the top there, that's not the color it used to be. So it looks like it came out the lid. So I think it was flat like this, and I think it just poured out the top because it had been on my dresser until we moved and it was full. I mean, full to the top because I'm telling you guys, this is not a scent you want to spray on yourself except for when you run out. And no, there's not even enough in the little tubey thing. Yeah, and so it's not like it dried out because it's been sitting on my dresser for like a year and change and it was full when I put it in the thing. So it's spilled in the box. Oh, I just broke the little lid off. Hopefully I didn't actually break that. Just breaking the whole thing, guys. Well, at least I'll have my little bottle. And my hands will smell like the moon for a little bit. I'll have to look it up and see if the price has dropped because I got it as a Kickstarter, so it was a good price. And then I looked back a little while after that, and it was like, nope, I'm not buying that. Anyway, yeah, you know, it could be. My movers could be going around smelling like the moon, feeling like they're all fly. Does it say what the notes are on the box? I don't think it does because trust me, it's not a scent you could. Oh wait, yes, okay. Wait, nope. Oh, also, it does mention that moon dust is very sticky. Spent gunpowder. Yes, that is also another good description. Assuming you know what gunpowder smells like. But you know, like that, like warm metal post it being on fire or exploded or hot scent. Like, if you have an idea of what spent gunpowder smells like, also smells like the moon. But that was why they kept figuring out like we need to do something about this because they would go out onto the moon or send something out into the moon and come back and would be covered with all this moon dust because it's so sticky and they would dust it off in a contained space, but despite that, like moon dust would get on stuff and so like it would carry in with it this smell and then they'd start like panicking and being like something's on fire, there's like warm metal heating up somewhere, and they'd do all these checks and it took a while before they realized that that was literally just what the moon smelled like. And so they had to start training them. So they'd be like, if you smell this, it's just moon dust. Like, how cool is that life? Diana finished The Diary of Frida Cole and listened to some of So Much Blue by Percival Everett. Nice. Finished Howl's Moving Castle yesterday and today with dinner. Watched some of the animated movie. Oh, that sounds like a good time. And good job finishing your book. And Indianapolis is also fun with some bookstores. I have heard that. And Chicago meetup would be a couple hours drive for you. Yeah, it's not super close to me, so I too would have to like train up there or something. And as he's saying yes to Indy, and question of this year of sprints: do you have a favorite book? Ooh, one that you read during the sprints. Oh, do like one that I read during the sprints. Hmm. Does that include the Saturday sprints, Metzley, or just one that I was reading on Monday sprints? And Ricardo was vegan for a year. You miss it so bad, but you had to stop for medical reasons. I remember you mentioning that before. Yeah, you do feel totally different, and I love veggies, so like that rocks and beans. And the indie book crawl next May. Is that a thing? I will be looking that up on the next sprint. The laptop. I give nothing away, Ricardo. I just like I was more just thinking that if that was going to be something that bothered you, the book is gonna bother you. But not necessarily because you're predicting what's happening. Oh my gosh. It's your first book of the month, but don't give you ideas. Have you thought of contacting publishers of classic books to get their new editions so you can review them on your channel? I have not thought about that. Um, I feel like there are some, there are definitely a couple of publishers that I would like to do that with. Like there's one that's called, I think it's like Rediscovered Classics or something like that. And they are not only publishing classics, but they're publishing lesser known classics by well known authors. Like they published Lador by Mary Shelley, and they're putting them out in your non traditional classic type of covers. Like the books that they are putting out, the covers of the books look like contemporary novels. So I love what they're doing. So I should reach out to them. That's a good idea, Chris. You guys have such great ideas. So encouraging. And yes, saying hello to Anna, trying to do all the things. Yes, so true. And a client gifted you a perfume yesterday that smelled so bad. Oh no. Grateful but concerned. I know, that was my thought. I was like, who wants to smell like spent gunmetal? Just asking. Like room spray, maybe? I know. Sorry, Ricardo. I don't think it evaporated just because I've had it for a long time. And until I packed it, it was just sitting out in this box. It was for like 2 years and it was still full. So it didn't evaporate. Like I think it was on its side and then evaporated and spilled and did stuff. Like clearly the bottle was not intended to be on its side. The worst thing is that you're so mean to your coworkers. Look what happened when people love you. But it smelled horrible. Yeah, they would have laughed at you. Sorry, Ricardo. Oh, I know. I'm sorry it's empty now too. I don't know. I'm guessing not. I'm guessing like they would have wrapped it and stuff and stored it so it wouldn't break. And it may have just tilted on its side. Like it's nothing I'd be able to prove. And they do love you, Ricardo. Yeah, but some ways are of loving are better kept at a distance. Anna, you're hilarious. And you know what gunpowder smells like? Yeah. No, not with any other scent, Alicia. That's like pretty much the main scent. It's like gunpowder, and then there kind of are other scents. Gunpowder's the overwhelming one, with a little like floral spice at the end. Like take your gunpowder, maybe a dash of vanilla and cardamom, blend it together, mostly gunpowder, spent gunpowder, and a tiny dash of some subtle flower after all of that. Oh, Marina. Have you ever read? I have not read Evelina yet. I do own it, though. I am looking forward to getting to it at some point. You've discovered a lot of used bookstores in New York City, I bet. I can only imagine. Okay, all the sprints, just the one you liked the most. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about that. I might even have to that might have to be an end of the year question for sure, Metzley, because I'd have to go back and look at the sprints and see what I was reading. Because I don't even know that I definitely don't know off the top of my head. Broadview Press. Ooh, okay. I don't know if I know about them. I'll have to check it. Thanks, Chris. And you think you found the perfume? Yeah. Yeah, that one is really cool. I was kind of like, darn, why did I give her the space one? I should have given her the spent gunmetal. Oh, was it with the books? No, yeah, right. If only. Then I would have had crinkled books that smelled like spent gunpowder. You love the smell of gun oil and gunpowder? Oh, well, Pa, this is the cologne for you. Now you can smell like it all the time. I will say, though, as it evaporates, it's not as heavy. Like the inside of the box smells more gunpowdery. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's something else from childhood, too, though. Like some, tire swing, maybe? Like the inside of the tire swing? Did you ever put your head inside a tire? Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're not. You can't imagine the smell. That's why they had to create it. You cannot imagine what it actually smells like. Like if I had strips, that would be like my 3,000 person anniversary. I send everybody samples of what the moon smells like. Oh, you thought Evelina was fun? Yes, I have heard that she is underrated. I'm going to have to find her. It's like a nice subtle gunpowder though, Elena. It's not as bad as it sounds. The independent book crawl. Oh, you love used books, and most of the stores that partake are new books. Yeah, that would be the one downside. It would have to just be our own book crawl of used stores. And you smell like it when you work on guns, being a gunsmith. Well, that makes sense. Well, you smell like the moon all the time, Paul. That's what you can tell people when people are like, Paul, what's that smell? It's the moon. You found the website. Oh, and they're $49. Okay, yeah, so they have gone down in price. Maybe. Because I feel like I paid $60 for both of mine. So maybe they've gone up in price. I don't know. I think they were like $60 or $70 at one point when I looked, but I could be totally lying. If you keep asking questions, can this trip go to 4 a.m.? No, it cannot. You're picturing me as a kid with your head. I know. I totally gave you guys that picture, yeah, admitting that I've had my head in a tire swing. Or like if you smell the tire swing up close. Have you guys never done these things? If you went to Alaska, your sabbatical, you would Google used bookstores. Yeah, I totally do that. Yeah, I can't wait. I mentioned my alma mater earlier. We're going there at the end of this week. My husband has a conference, and I was like, yes, I'll go back. So one of my reading wrap-ups this month will probably have footage from Ithaca. And yeah, I may be going used bookstore crawling there. That should be a good time. All right. Anyway, we do have time. Let's do one last sprint. We'll just do a quick 30-minute one, and then we'll come back and we'll chat some more. Go sniff some spent gunpowder or rubber tire swings. I mean, it does kind of grow on you after a while. Like you kind of can't help yourself, and you just keep smelling it, even though it's like a weird smell. And I think it's giving me a headache now. I should stop while I'm ahead. All right. Let's go ahead to our last sprint. I'll need to set up our timer for our last little bit. See, this is what happens if you leave the sprint early. You don't stay on until these last minute magical moments. Anyway, all right, let's see here. We're just going to do a quick 30-minute sprint. You can wrap up whatever you're reading. Most of you are almost done with your books or make some more progress. I have no idea what I'm going to do, but I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. Happy sprinting.